Some of you. More words on it. Today is February 23rd, 2021. On behalf of the Board of Education, welcome. It's been more than a minute. There was the recess that we had. We haven't seen you all in a while, but we're glad that you've decided to come back and join us. Today is basically what we call a special meeting. In part, there'll be some board business that we take care of, but overwhelmingly, this meeting will be focused on our finances and chaired and run by our finance chair, Commissioner LeBron. But before we do that, we have to call the meeting to order, which I've done on behalf of the Board of Education. The next thing we have to do is see if we have any speakers, which we do not have any speakers. But I'd like, if possible, for our clerk to describe for the listening public what options a person has and what they need to do to get signed up to be a speaker at any board meeting.
Sure. So good evening, everyone. For members of the public who are interested in speaking or addressing the board during a board meeting, special meeting, or business meeting, we encourage you to email the board at boardofelducation@rcsdk12.org. You may sign up that way, or you may call the board office and elect that you would like to speak. You must call or email by noon of the day of the meeting in order to be added to the speakers list. You may also submit written comments to the same email, boardofelducation@rcsdk12.org, and we will ensure that all the board members receive your comments, and comments are also posted to the website on the day of the meeting by the time the meeting commences. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I also wanted to let folks know that, why do I say I think Tom calls it the word, and your word will start the meeting. That's just sort of a technical way to get the meeting started. But I decided today, rather than saying something silly or not nonsensical, that maybe the word should be something important or part of the community dialogue. Lord knows we have a lot to talk about. But on behalf of the Board of Education, let me encourage you all. If you have a word of the day or a person of the day, this is Black History Month, and that's why I picked Ms. Colvin to describe that as the word of the day. But if you have another word of the day or a person of the day that you would like to have our board meetings begin with, take that same number that, I know the staff is not expecting this, but take that same number that our board clerk just gave. And when you speak to Francine or anybody who answers that number, say, hey, listen, I'd like this to be the word of the day or the person of the day. And again, I picked Ms. Colvin because this is Black History Month, but literally we will take anything, including just single words like progress and hope and the future. We'll take any word to start our meeting. So having said that, let's get on with the balance of the meeting. The first item on the agenda is an update from our superintendent on school lunches. Madam Superintendent, you want to give us an update?
I do. Thank you, President White. Good evening, Vice President Elliott, to all of our commissioners, our staff, and to all those who are watching both on Facebook and YouTube. It is good to see everyone. I wanted to provide an update because there's been a lot of conversation, debate, concern, et cetera, relative to school lunches. So Calio or Marisol, I'm not sure who's putting up the PowerPoint. I just wanted to have a conversation with the board in front of the public to provide some clarification, hopefully, and to provide an update. On the agenda tonight are three key areas, and that's certainly health department regulations. Secondly, current funding and staffing, as well as menu for the remainder of the school year. And what I think it's important to know when we are addressing issues in the district, we usually try to start with the board officers to have conversations with President White and Vice President Elliott, and then we provide updates to the rest of the board. But the public certainly is not privy to those conversations, and so it's important to provide updates such as these so the public can understand our decision making and or process, or just a current update. So again, 3 areas: health department regulations, current funding and staffing, and then menu for the remainder of the school year. If you don't mind going to the next slide. So let's just talk just very quickly about health department regulations. The Monroe County Department of Public Health, which obviously oversees our food service process and oversees kitchen operation mandates, so that each kitchen across the district or in any public school district must have a level 1 certified manager, as well as a level 2 food handler. And so we had a confluence of events that happened over the past several months. One, we had 21 certified managers who have either retired or taken positions elsewhere, leaving us with insufficient managers to staff all kitchens for hot meals, because there are very particular processes and mandates that you have to fulfill when you are preparing hot meals. So therefore, it's preventing us right now with the ability to prepare any on-site meal preparation. And, you know, we have had some really good conversations, certainly with FoodLink, who's a partner of ours already, and as well as other organizations, just seeing how might we be able to move forward. Next slide. Moving into the funding and staffing. So districts across New York State, and particularly across Monroe County, unfortunately, the food service budgets are tending to be in the red. And so currently our deficit for food services is projected at about $1 million. This is right now the way that we are currently operating. And because we don't have the financial capacity in reimbursement funding to offset the cost of preparing hot meals, because people say, well, they're a free and reduced lunch, predominantly free and reduced price lunch school district. What's the issue? Here's the issue. $1.7 million approximately is needed to hire staff to provide hot meals. And that's just from April to the end of the school year. One of the things that I clearly articulated to the board officers and then other board members in a memo that Mike Schmidt, our chief of operations, is that we have approximately 33 in-person school days for our pre-K through 12th grade students who are in phases 2 and 3. And so it's about 33 days between now and the end of the school year. So in order to fiscally support that, we would need another $1.7 million in hiring staff to provide those hot meals. And again, that's an approximation. So therefore, on top of the 1 million, we would have a total deficit of $2.75 million in our lunch fund, or we call it the L fund, would be incurred if we hired staff to provide the hot meals for our students. And what I just need to be very clear, again, not certainly not optimal, but we do have students who that's just either on Monday or Tuesday. For phase 2, Thursday or Friday. We do have phase 1 students who are attending Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, but students are still receiving the grab and go, which they do have the opportunity to have a hot meal. So this is 2 times a week. And while I'm not going to name other school districts, there are other school districts that have a similar situation to ours in the Rochester City School District. Next slide. So as I talked to officers, and we discussed this, and through the memo to the commissioners, we had that infamous picture that was circulated with the turkey stick and the cheese. And one of the things that's interesting, and I shared this at least with the board officers, that actually is one of the most popular meals that are served, but we recognize that certainly that has caused concern. So for in-school lunches for the remainder of the school year, and again, that's 33 days for most students, we'll have deli sandwiches, a fruit of the day, a vegetable item, a snack item, and milk. And then lunches for remote learning, you can see what the options are for students. I won't go through every single one of those, but that is in the rotation and is available to students. So again, just in a nutshell or summarizing, the intent was not to originally serve hot meals, but given the retirements and finding additional jobs for our managers, we were unable to continue to provide hot meals. We will continue to look at that, and depending on how we move forward in the fall, as far as if we're able to come back to a full 5 days, or if it's going to be 2 days, 3 days, 4 days, et cetera, we'll continue to reevaluate and make sure that that's communicated. But that's just a brief overview of what the situation is relative to school lunches.
Okay.
That's the end of my report, President White. Certainly open for questions.
Yep. Thank you, Superintendent.
Yes.
I see a question from Commissioner Malloy.
Yes. And I'll ask Mike to come on screen as well in case, because I might need a little help with the answers. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Good evening. Thank you so much for that report. Really valuable information there. I've heard is there any possibility of a donation of workers at all from organizations like FoodLink or other food service providers in the community? Was that anything that was ever on the table? I know that there's been a lot of discussion of people donating their time to who have those certifications. People have reached out. I've had workers reaching out to me who are certified and work for other organizations who want to volunteer their time to help in any way that they can. Was that ever something that was considered?
Mike, would you respond to that? Because I know you've been point on this more than I have.
Yes. Good evening, President White, Vice President Elliott, and Commissioner Malloy. So two parts of that. Certainly our conversations with FoodLink are continuing. Right now, they provide the dinner option for our grab and go. And we're looking at a possibility of being able to have a grab and go dinner option for students to bring home with them after school. So that's one of the options we're considering. It's by no means formalized. You can kind of think of how the dinner would look in terms of fitting in a backpack or whatever it is to get it home on a bus. But we're Julia Tedesco there has been a great partner with us, and I'm hopeful that we can come up with some sort of a plan for that. In terms of volunteer workers, that's really not a viable option. Although no one has come to me directly with a pool of people that meet the health department's requirements and certifications that would be able to, volunteer on a consistent basis. And remember, we've got, upwards of almost 45 or 50 sites across the district. They don't all operate obviously on every day, but what we don't want to get into is that there's an inequity of meal options from one school to the next. If we're going to go and move this forward, we want it to be a consistent menu for all the schools that are participating in the hybrid model. So I don't think a volunteer operation for the number of days we're talking about and having the necessary certifications and so forth would be a viable option. But I don't ever want to dismiss anything out of hand. So I think if there is other parts of that may be functional, then I'm certainly more than willing to have a conversation with with any of those individuals who maybe want to help us. And I think the other question you asked, Commissioner, was in regards to the food donation. If I
it was more the labor costs that I was concerned with. If that was the primary reason why hot meals couldn't be served, was because of the lack of certifications, et cetera. So you've answered that question perfectly. So thank you so much, and I appreciate your candid nature and just how frank you've been. So I certainly appreciate that, Mike. Thank you. The other concern, though, that I have is, are we in good shape going into the fall to get these certifications up in order? I know that a lot of these certifications are only offered sometimes twice a year, although we can bring people in to get certified on a special basis. It's my understanding. How are we in terms of that whole process? Because we don't want to find ourselves in this situation July 1st on. So what's going on there?
So yeah, absolutely agree. I think the first part of the challenge is actually securing the personnel. I think any training requirement we can certainly overcome. It's actually making sure we have all the slots full in order to provide the meal. So I don't look at training as big of a challenge as actually securing the people that we would need to do so. In terms of next year, we just submitted our budget proposal for the upcoming school year, and in that it does have a variety of options for a meal program, depending on what academic model we choose to go through in terms of if we're still going to be in hybrid, if we're going to go back to fully enrolled. So we got a couple of different ways to approach it. I do think it's going to continue to be a challenge because once again, the reimbursements for an individual meal, breakfast and lunch, very difficult to offset the cost of the individuals that are serving those. So I think there's going to be a little bit of, I guess, cost of ownership per se. If we want to move forward with a hot meal program in a hybrid model, then there is going to be some level of a budget gap or funding gap that we're going to have to be able to internalize. I do think with a little bit more, because right now we just submitted the proposal within the last 2 weeks or so to the superintendent and to Carly, which I think they're going to speak about this week. So, or later this week, and I think we'll just have to kind of work through that. I think once our academic decisions are made, then we can kind of move forward with a food service plan that kind of complements that. The only other thought is because a cafeteria manager is kind of a shortage of position that we're facing, we are proposing to change some of our titles to an assistant cook, which will then position people to be much more ready to transition into that cook manager position. So we really feel like that's a long-term strategy to be able to not have this gap. It wasn't like we didn't foresee people retiring, but we also did not, it would be very difficult to foresee the confluence of items that all came together within October, where those individuals have kind of all left, and then the COVID kicked in and everything else. So this will allow us a much better opportunity to sustain it long-term.
It's also my understanding that many of those employees who've either retired or just have sought employment elsewhere, many of those employees are often from the very neighborhoods that they're serving. What are we doing in terms of recruitment to ensure that we have similar individuals serving those same school communities? Is that something that's on our radar?
It certainly has been. We've been very successful in that in the past, as you alluded to. Far and away, the majority of our staff in all of our operational departments are city residents and representative of our community. So that's really probably more so than any other departments in our organization. So we have an ongoing recruitment effort, so to speak. We're fully staffed right now for the meal option that we're planning to provide for the rest of the year. We actually have a resolution pending to bring in some additional. The title is a porter, which is much more about being able to move these materials around the building, and whether we're doing a grab and go lunch in the classroom, breakfast in the classroom, and kind of moving that about. So we do have some additional personnel coming online to be able to provide us some additional assistance, because for one person to be able to do 250 grab and go lunches and so forth, it's just it's a very big challenge. So that support is coming, hopefully with the passage of our resolution here in the next few days. And I think whatever option we choose to pursue for the fall, we will have the necessary staff in place to execute that option.
Thank you, Mike.
I see Vice President Elliott has a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Why is the lunch for remote learning better seemingly than the lunch for in-person learning? There seems to be more offerings for the remote students,
Sure,
as opposed to the in-person students.
Right, absolutely. So all the options for our grab and go at our distribution sites are frozen and need to be brought home and reheated. So there is a little bit more option per se, because we can, by having a frozen product, that the Food Link dinner is also frozen. So families would have a number of breakfasts, a number of frozen lunches, and a number of frozen dinners that they can pick up at the distribution centers. So that's why we are able a little bit more flexibility with that, without a staff to be able to kind of manage all the different parts in our hybrid kitchens. And right now, all of our elementary schools, except for one, are hybrid kitchens. That's how we would normally run many of our food delivery models, is having that sort of a frozen appetizer or entree, and then be able to heat it up and then prepare it and then serve it to students. It just takes more than one person with which to do that. So you're right. We can offer much more of a diversity on the grab and go right now for our lunches than we really can in person. And we had actually had really good success with it. We've been doing grab and go sandwiches and so forth at our distribution centers as well. So we have we've kind of been able to mix that up a little bit better depending on what the weather's like and the number of people coming into the sites and so forth.
Thank you. So how are we looking to close the budget gap for food service?
In this current school year?
Current school year, and if we have to use the same strategy for next year,
Sure.
Yeah, what are we doing to close the gap fiscally?
Well, I guess I'll take the first part of that, and maybe someone else can help me with the second. Of actually, we have a requirement of making sure that the lunch fund is whole at the end of the year. So if we have not run in a deficit. We've been very fortunate over the years that I've been working with our lunch program that we have not run into a deficit. We basically run this as cost neutral. We're actually making it a little bit. We can't make a profit, but we can actually shift money into a capital fund so we can do improvements to kitchens and so on and so forth. So this is really the first instance where we've run up against a budget deficit. Our original projection was north just around $3 million, and we've been able to kind of financially manage that. A couple of things came into play. We downsized our distribution sites because of using the R centers as sites as well. So that was one tool that we were able to utilize. We had much more participation at those distribution sites, which raised our number of meals. And then certainly transitioning into an in-person program in a hybrid model, then increased our reimbursement as well. So right now the gap would have to be closed from a funding source within our current operating funds. And I think Carlene came on screen, so I'll defer to her Carlene, if that's okay to take where it comes from.
Absolutely. So what would happen then is that any deficit in the lunch fund would have to be funded by the general fund or through fund balance, appropriated fund balance. And you may recall that was one of the appropriations that we had recommended back in June. So that is the way to close the gap. If there's not enough money within the general fund, then again, we have to look for reductions within the general fund and cut the general fund operating expenditures in order to cover the deficit.
What's the projected deficit for the end of the year?
Right now, we're looking at around 1 million plus or minus. I really think it kind of depends on, right now, the most important piece is how many students will be attending in our hybrid models. We have a current enrollment or a registration, and the number of those students that continue to come to school, that continue to take part in the lunch program, the more those students do, the more the reimbursement increases and the less the deficit incurs. So I think some of our strategies about being, really as fiscally responsible as we can has mitigated some of the initial thoughts are in the front end. So I always try to provide estimates that I think are measured and realistic. And right now that's our best look forward in terms of where we will be June 30th. And I think as we get more, when our high school students come on Thursday, and we go through a couple of cycles of those students, and we'll fix some of the other things in terms of our wait list and some of the other items, then I can give you a much different projection maybe around the middle of March. So very happy to come back and give you an update in regards to that.
Okay, so just to summarize, we're looking at funding that deficit from the general fund at the end of the year.
Yes, absolutely.
We've got money in the general fund to support our food service program.
We had actually put aside money
Okay.
as appropriated fund balance. That was one of the actions that we took through the CAFR. And again, another reason to continue to work towards attaining a very healthy fund balance for reasons such as this.
So how much money did we put aside?
As I recall off the top of my head, I believe it was about 3 million. I can check into that for you. And if someone wants to enter that into the board log, I can confirm that, but that's the number I have off the top of my head.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I just want to go back to when Terry was here. He brought this up and highlighted it in the beginning of the pandemic as an issue in food services because we were being reimbursed for the number of meals we were putting out, and we were used to producing about 50,000 meals a week. And then we had a dramatic cut because schools shut down, and then we went to that initial shutdown, we weren't producing any meals, and we decided to incur that cost and eat that cost until we revamped production. And there were conversations, I remember with Congressman Joe Morelli, and there was conversations asking the state to help us financially, and the state basically came back and said to us and other elected officials that we needed to revamp food production and how we were making sure that families in the community and children still had access to food before they would even consider helping us. So I just want to remind folks of that conversation. That $3 million was uplifted then, and the reasons why, because of our production slowing down. We as a district at that time, from last March until June, made a decision to continue staffing and funding individuals, which in hindsight, I think probably we should not have done, but also thinking and not having the experience of living through a pandemic, thinking that perhaps we were going to be out of it by the summer or things were going to take a turn. And unfortunately, we're still living through this pandemic. So, you know, I say all that because I know there's been lots of conversations as to why we had to also let staff go when we were not fully open or operating in the fall. And so that was also part of that reason. And I want people to understand it's not that we didn't value the individuals. And I personally know people in food services, like I'm friends with them. They come to my house, we break bread, we're real people. But the reality is that we didn't have the funds to continue to pay them. And also the state also said, hey, you cannot legally pay people for work that they're not doing, and schools are not open. And if you're only going to continue to get reimbursed for the meals. So I'm grateful that we put $3 million in to the side, but I do want to uplift what Carlene has mentioned, that we need to continue to do that, because we're going to continue to have these expenditures that are related directly to COVID that we're not going to even understand the impact on our budget until the following year. So I just say that as we go into budget season, to remind everyone and caution us that we are, mindful of this situation and the impact that it's had, that really started last budget, because we budgeted last year for a certain amount of meals to be produced and reimbursed. And then came July 1, we walked into the new budget with that deficit, and trying to figure out how to combat that through general expenditures, general funds. So that was all.
You're so right. In fact, we were, if you think about where we were in September of 19, we were doing 50,000 meals a day, breakfast and lunches. So so for us, and that's the capacity we have and the amazing work that our team does. And I would really be remiss, I know, I think I call it personal privilege, but our food service team has been absolutely incredible, and they cannot get recognized enough. I mean, Monday morning, March 16th, we opened up the 24 sites, and they've adjusted to our centers, and delivering food with buses and you name it, and we just kind of adjust and move forward. So I think David Brown and Delia Kine and literally the dozens and dozens and dozens of people that are working in the central kitchen, as also in the field, have just done an incredible job for us. And they've taken quite a hit here on social media over the last couple of weeks. And I want to publicly, it's not them. They have been absolutely incredible. And I appreciate all of your support for them as well.
Yeah, you took my thunder, Mike. I was actually going to say that as well. Acknowledge your leadership and those in the department. They've been doing a phenomenal job where we've had to make many quick pivots. And, I just wanted to add my thanks as well, because they have taken some hits.
Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you. Mike, just another question. I'm just wondering then, we have how many buildings open at this point for the hybrid? 40, 42, 43?
You're muted, Mike.
Actually, a few more than that. We have 33 elementary sites, a couple of program sites will be opened up, plus our high school. So I think we're just a little bit south of 50. I can look it up quickly and get you that exact number. We're somewhere in that ballpark.
Well, I guess the question I have then is, how many employees currently have the L1 certification required to supply hot meals of our current staff in those buildings or anywhere?
Right now, wherever we have a cook manager, and if right now what we're doing is that our cook managers that are working Mondays and Tuesdays, in our elementary schools are then transitioning to Thursdays and Fridays. So we don't need 50 cook managers because of the way our hybrid schedule is working, but we have a person certified in that area in every building. And I can double check the other certifications that we have. Just to be clear, I'm comfortable saying all of them that are alone or responsible for a kitchen have that L1 certification.
So can you run kitchens and make hot meals with a person with an L1 certification, only with an L1 certification?
They would have the necessary, yes, they would have the necessary requirements in order to prepare a meal, yes.
Okay, so do you have enough staff right now then to accomplish that for each kitchen, or is that the fundamental issue?
No, because it takes more than one person to do the preparation and then the serving and the required cleanup and so forth. So it's really a multiple person job to do that in order to do the number of meals we're talking about at the different sites.
Okay, so it couldn't be a matter of like in one kitchen where you have one person with an L1 certification, they make a meal, but then that it's portered over to another school where maybe just the L2 certification is required to serve the meal. Is that a possibility, like where someone else in the centralized kitchen is making the meal and then transporting it elsewhere? Was that something considered?
Yeah, I think in fact, in many of our hybrid kitchens, what they do is they are delivered a meal that's prepared or packaged at central kitchen. It's brought out into the field and then it's warmed in that location. So that model does exist, but in order to transition it from one kitchen per se to another, between the pre-packing requirements, some of the other things that are involved in it, we don't necessarily have that capacity to bring it from school 2 to school 4, for example. That's not how we're really structured to be able to run. We do have, when we're fully operational, we do have, oh boy, about 20 or 25 kitchens that can fully prepare and cook meals. Monroe School of the Arts, a lot of our bigger schools have that full capacity. So that's how, when we're running at a fully operational capacity like that, we're preparing meals at some schools, and we're doing the deliveries to the hybrid kitchen. So our central kitchen isn't set up to do meals for the entire district, because we have the offsets of the kitchens that can prepare meals. So we've kind of looked at other options like that, but maintaining temperature, a couple of other things kind of fit in that would just present us some logistical challenges, plus the timing, right? So our window of lunches start around 10:15 a.m. in some of the schools.
10:17.
So to be able to, just to get the grab and goes prepared in the morning and get them to the schools for lunches, that logistically is a bit of a challenge as well. So to kind of add more degree of difficulty to that, I'm not sure would really get us to the target we're looking for.
So is it a possibility we're giving frozen meals then to students for the grab and go to take home for our remote students, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Those are frozen. So
Yes.
do you need an L1 or an L2 certification to reheat a frozen meal? And because I toured all the kitchens last week, and
Yeah.
thank you so much to your staff. You are just consummate professionals. Thank you. Do you need to have an L2 or L1 certification just to reheat the food?
You need an L1.
It has to be an L1 certification.
Yes.
Okay. Are there any exemptions that we can seek through Monroe County Board of Health?
We had the health department visit one of our kitchens on opening day, just as they were doing their final checks as well. And we got an extension or a modification because we were doing cold grab and go meals to not have that level of certification. When you go to a hot meal, because of foodborne illnesses and all the other things, the liability definitely increases there. So I don't think we would be comfortable doing anything with a long term. I think it would put us in harm's way in other areas that we would not necessarily want to be in.
Okay. So it sounds like ultimately, like we just don't have the funding to pay for more staff.
That's in essence the conundrum. Yes. In order to do this the right way, to make it equitable and make sure that all the meals are prepared and with all the different health department requirements, then we need to be able to bring all those staff members back on in order to do that.
Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Let me look at the list. I don't see anybody else asking any further questions. I do want to thank Mike. Stole my thunder, as did the superintendent, but these folks can never be thanked enough for the work that they are doing. And if you all allow me this indulgence, this is why furloughs were important. These are good people, stepping out to make a difference. And we see their impact today. But I do want to say these are challenging times that everyone is living through. And food insecurity is one of the big issues that we have in this very impoverished community. That was a problem even before COVID. And Mike, Superintendent Mike, your staff stand in the doorway and open that doorway for people so that they can have the necessary sustenance and nutrition that they need. And sometimes it doesn't come in the way that we need it to come because there are shortages. And I think Mike and the superintendent, you've explained why today we can't do what we maybe did 2 years ago. But I know that time will come when we are able to provide. And I know, as the superintendent has indicated, you all are working hard diligently to make sure we have the resources, including, and most importantly, the staff, to make sure that this issue of food insecurity is not a challenge, at least when our children come to school. So Mike, like our superintendent said, and like I know every one of my colleagues feels, please thank your staff. We try when we can to thank them when we see them, but you're really in the best position to communicate to the board our sincerest thanks. It may not, when we make decisions from 131 West Broad Street, it may not seem like we really appreciate them. There's a lot of other factors and issues that come into play at 131 West Broad Street, but I wouldn't want, I know my colleagues wouldn't want your staff to feel like they're really not appreciated, because they are. And to that extent, please, Superintendent and Mr. Schmidt, communicate that to them. They are appreciated not only by the board, of course, but by thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of parents and community members. Okay, we are.
The many are watching tonight. The chief needed a lifeguard tonight, so they're all watching to make sure that I don't mess this up. So I will definitely relay that tomorrow. But I think they already know. So thanks for the kind words. We appreciate your support.
Sure.
Thank you, Mike.
All right, just a time check. We are supposed to move on at 6:15, but we do have to have an update. A few weeks ago, I said to you, may recall, I said to our clerk, hey, let's give folks some updates about upcoming board events. So our clerk, Ms. Kalia Wade, has an update to be given today. We normally give it at board meetings, business meetings, but there's a couple of very, very, very important events coming up we want to make sure that the public is aware of. Kalia?
Yes, I'm sorry about that. Just trying to share my screen. President White is correct. Usually we do this at the business meeting, but given the week that we are having in the board office, it's really important that I let people know about some upcoming events that we have. It's not on this particular screen, but we do have tomorrow or budget webinar. And I will share some more information at the end of the meeting. But if the public would like to attend this this very, very valuable event, I do encourage people to attend. There will be a review of the components of the budget book, what is driving the board's revenues and expenditures, and also how the state monitor it plays into this 21-22 budget cycle, which will be kicking off very, very shortly. So we encourage members of the public to follow along with us. If persons have questions on the budget, we encourage you to visit our website. There is a whole page there where you may submit questions ahead of time to be addressed during the webinar. Also, you may also submit questions live during our Facebook live stream or in our YouTube live stream. So if you are someone who will be watching that budget webinar event and you don't get your questions in by noon tomorrow, you also have the opportunity to submit questions on our Facebook Live and on our YouTube. And members of our finance team and or administration will be there to answer budget related questions. The next event that's coming up obviously is the business meeting. That's on Thursday. Do encourage all members of the public to attend that. There should be some very informative presentations there as well. And then on Saturday, the board will be hosting its annual legislative breakfast. Now it is a closed event, invitation only, but we will be hosting several members or legislative partners from across the state, locally and federally. And we'll be discussing the district's legislative priorities. and we'll be having some great conversation leading to, figuring out how we can gain support for some key items that we've been talking about all year. So just letting the public be aware that those are events that are coming up. We also have some professional development items coming up. And on Thursday's business meeting, it would be remiss of me to not mention that we also are celebrating Black History Month. And that is our Black History Month business meeting. There'll be a really wonderful program, and we'll be celebrating students from across the district who have excelled over the past year. That's it.
Thank you very much. I just also wanted to, I'm looking for the address, and I plan on posting it on my Facebook page. But if you all go to, this is an important announcement, not relating to the district, but to just the city in general. Everybody's trying to get, not everybody, a lot of people are trying to get COVID vaccinations. And I just feel really compelled on behalf of the Board of Education to direct folks to a very important site, and that is the Monroe County Government Department of Health website. It's monroecounty.gov, and you can access the Monroe County Department of Health through that site. I can't get the number, but I'll get it for you all later on. I think effective tomorrow, one of my colleagues might even have it. There is a mass vaccination that is going to take place at the Hawkeye plant sometime in March.
March 3rd, beginning March 3rd, President.
March 3rd, that's right. And the sign up, though, as I understand it, and anybody can help me out here, I don't have, is starting tomorrow. And it is initially for sites in the city. I would encourage you all to stay tuned, because I see the superintendent looking like she's on her computer right now, trying to find it for me. There is a phone number that you call to set up an appointment. Now, as you all know, and if I have experienced, and I'm sure many people watching have experienced, these appointments go quick. They go very quick. So as soon as the superintendent or somebody gives me that phone number,
I have
I would encourage, you have it? What is
I
it?
do. It's the New York State COVID-19 hotline. It is 1-833-697-4829. That's 1-833-697-4829.
Now, if I'm correct, Madam Superintendent, that is the number that people call to set up their appointment, right?
Yes, because it's not
That's it.
walk-in. You must set up an appointment.
So I would really encourage folks to do, if you want to get a vaccination, there's a certain levels of folks that are allowed to get it first. Some of it depends on your job. Some of it may depend on your age. Some of it may depend upon what they call comorbidities, pre-existing health issues that you may have. They will sort that all out. They also do it via, when you go to that Monroe County Department of Health website, it then refers you to a state website, and it will sort of screen you through. If you don't have access to the internet or you're not very familiar with it, you're going to need somebody who can support you through that. But I just want folks to know, and I know my colleagues, although I didn't have a chance to speak to them about this, this is an important upcoming announcement that relates to, doesn't directly relate to schools, but certainly indirectly. So I'd encourage you to access that number, 1-833-697-4829. Is that right? Get on that site and try to get on that site. Call that number as soon as possible, because these things do go quick. And one other thing that I've experienced, and I appreciate the indulgence from my colleagues. If you set up an appointment, go. No one's telling you have to get this vaccination, but if you set up the appointment, go. Because if you don't show up, what ends up happening is these, I'm not a doctor and I don't portray one on TV, but these vials have a certain lifespan out of refrigeration, and they set up these sites with the expectation that a certain number of people will show up. And when you don't show up, it really throws things off. If you decide to sign up and go. If you decide to cancel, tell them that you're canceling, because there certainly are enough people. And the great thing about this is it appears that at all levels of government, people are focusing on people of color and people who live in distressed communities like ours. So this is not Tuskegee. This is just my personal opinion, by the way. This is not Tuskegee. This is the government trying to say, we want to make sure that people of color and people without means have access to health care if they want it. All right. Commissioner Malloy and Commissioner LeBron is next.
Thank you, President White. Board Clerk Wade, is there any way that you could pull up the upcoming Board of Education upcoming dates again? When I was looking at it earlier, I saw on the second page the call for parent reps to different committees. If you could pull that up, please. My question was just, it was my understanding just as governance chair that there isn't a representative from a parent representative to the board governance and development. I can't remember the reasoning behind that, so perhaps President White can explain. But I believe should that not be up there, board governance and development?
It shouldn't. I'm not sure. We have an updated slide. The only committees that are still accepting board parent representatives at this time are audit and what is the next one? HR. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Audits and
It's
HR.
just that I know as a newer commissioner, I guess, what is the reason why we don't have a parent rep for the board governance committee? Does anyone know the answer to that?
You know,
Well,
Okay.
go ahead.
Let me take a stab. Let me take a stab at it. I think initially the idea was that board, and I'm not saying that you couldn't. You're certainly chair of governance. You certainly could make that recommendation. But I think originally the thought was this is internal processes, things that forget whether they might find it interesting. The fact is, much of this process relates to bylaws, policy, protocols, professional development that only pertains to board members. I think that was originally the thought, but if you want to recommend to the board that we change that, because maybe the citizens would look at us differently if they had somebody internally, that's certainly something we could talk about later on, or you should put on your agenda for board governance.
All right, Callie, I guess we'll put that maybe on our agenda at some point moving forward. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. That was my question.
Sure. Absolutely. Commissioner LeBron?
Yeah, I actually want to take a stab at answering that too, and then give some updated information about the sites that you just mentioned.
Sure.
I think also primarily like when Commissioner Hallmark was the chair of that committee was also in charge of coordinating the evaluation of the superintendent with the board members and as well as the audit teams. And so there are some personnel things that should not be disclosed publicly because of human resources laws, and people have a right to privacy other than the people that should have access to that type of information. So there's a way to do it without where those parts are carved out so that we uphold the privacy of that process and the legalities of human resources. We actually now outsourced those claim auditors positions. So I think there's still some type of evaluation that should happen. And we can certainly talk more with Anissa, our Auditor General, about that process for the external pieces of that. But I do think initially, Commissioner Malloy, that was why, because that committee, Hallmark, was in charge of doing the evaluations, getting them set up, sending them out to the board for input and feedback, and then meeting with the claim auditors and the team and the staff individually to give them the feedback on behalf of the board, as well as coordinating the superintendent's super eval. For the sites that you mentioned, there's about 1,000 vaccines that will be available a day, but they're only going to be available initially to 14603, 04, 05, 06, 08, 09, 11, 13, 14, 15, 19, and 14621. So I just want to share that out there. So yes, on top of being eligible under phase 1A or 1B, or now extra health impediments that have been labeled onto the website and by the state as of February 15th. Those are the zip codes that site is looking to serve initially. And I know that there is a call from La Cumbre and Black Agenda to extend some supports from the CBOs to assist people in the community on getting appointments, because it has been somewhat of a privilege for those who have internet access or a little bit savvier. So there are some things that people are doing, and I just want to highlight that. And also say if anybody wants to support that effort, to reach out to either La Cumbre or the Black Agenda Group to sign up as a volunteer to help our community get access, either through helping them make the calls, navigating through the online system, or even offering a ride to someone who meets the eligibility but may not have access. Thanks, Van.
I just wanted to add that today we did send this information out to our staff in a superintendent's message, as well as we sent it to the union presidents and asked them to communicate the information out. And it looks like President White is frozen or doing a really good statue.
Yep. Vice President Elliott?
Yep.
Yes. So, so where are we on the agenda?
Well, right now we are, we've moved past the update and now we need to consider resolutions 578 and 579 that were tabled from the December 2020 business meeting, the January, one second, I want to make sure I get this correct, January 19th special meeting and the January 26th special meeting. And so they have been placed on the table again for discussion tonight.
All right, looks like the president has returned.
Yeah, that freezing thing. I just saw my eye go like this, and I said, "Why are my eyes moving?" So I'm unfrozen. It appears that there are two resolutions that were tabled. Have we made a motion to lift them from the table?
No.
Okay, so can I get a motion to lift those two resolutions? Is that a motion from you, Commissioner Powell?
Actually, 579 is the one about transportation, if I'm correct. I'd like to withdraw that resolution because if I've got the right one, do I have the right one, Kalia?
That is the correct number, yes, 579 is transportation.
The rationale for withdrawing it is just that we're on top of the budget cycle now, and the transportation, the funding that was set aside as assigned fund balance is it's going to need to be freed up for transportation for the 21-22 school year anyway. So the passage of time has
may not have access. Thanks, Sam.
The passage of time has made it somewhat unnecessary. So I'd like to withdraw that resolution.
That is withdrawn without objection. And then there was one relating to health insurance. Do you want to lift that from the table?
I would like to make that motion now, please.
Okay. Is there a second to the motion to lift the resolution? What's the number on that, Ms. Wade?
578.
Is there a second to the motion to lift 578 from the table? Just looking for a second.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. I think I heard Commissioner Malloy. And let's, and all those in favor of lifting 578 from the table indicate by saying aye and turning your video on. Aye.
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 Seems, Madam Clerk, the ayes have it. Commissioner Powell, what say you about 578?
Just to reiterate the history, the current committed fund balances that we have on our books today were adopted in 2012 after the GASB 54 came into being. It was developed, the recommendations were developed by Vern Connors and his accounting team, and the health insurance, our self-funding of health insurance had not happened yet at that time. Months go by, and the self-funding our health insurance came into being, along with a memorandum of agreement with the unions. This agreement includes a requirement to maintain a rate stabilization fund. It functions is in the same way that our workers' comp committed fund works. It's there as an insurance policy. And because there's a memorandum of agreement requiring it, there's actually a greater argument in favor of that being a committed fund than the workers' comp, because there's no commitment has been made to any outside group for that committed fund. It's just there because it's understood to be financially necessary to set those funds aside. So that just recaps both the history and the justification for changing that fund, the rate stabilization fund, from an assigned fund balance to a committed fund. Are there any questions?
I just wanted to note before we take any questions or comments on Resolution 578 that we are already 17 minutes behind agenda. That's just sort of a time check. And I also want to tell you that because my computer froze, I'm working from my cell phone. So it may take me a minute to recognize speakers. Commissioner LeBron.
Yeah, so I think for me, my concern is that we're making a decision to commit funds and not understanding of what the implications will be on the budget that we're facing right now. And so I'm not in favor of it. I won't be supporting it. But in addition, I have learned that GASB in particularly has been mentioned incorrectly in some of their rules and regulations. And so I'm going to ask for things in writing when it relates to the state or the state auditors or anything that they're putting out or standing by, because then I leave these meetings and have conversations with the auditors and I hear different information and they show me that information in writing. So for me personally, I'm not supporting this resolution, but it's the will of the board and I'll keep things moving. But absolutely, if there's an implication where we have to cut even one more staff person because of it, I will remind everyone about that, because I do think this will have consequences and I'm not here to debate that. I'm sharing my opinion. My vote will be no, and that's it for me.
I'm just looking at the participant list and I don't see, is that Commissioner Powell? Is that an old hand or are you raising your hand again?
No, it's a response.
Sure.
I think it's stated right in the resolution, the funds are currently in the assigned fund balance bucket. They are already set aside. It is only a change in the status from assigned to committed. That's the only change. It does not impact the budget because it's already been set aside.
Looking through the list, I don't see anybody else raising their hands. I would only note, and maybe if there's some historian watching today or a colleague can tell me if I'm incorrect about this, because I don't want to state false facts, but part of the problem that we had a year or two ago, I do remember some of the union members, leadership complaining that we had spent money out of our health insurance fund. And it just seems to me that this seems to be a reasonable way to protect the integrity of money that we set aside for actually one of the most sacred things we can do for our employees, which is to provide for health insurance. I realize I don't necessarily believe that people will lose their jobs because, as Commissioner Powell has indicated, the money's already been set aside. But God forbid that were to happen, at least we would know. And you can't say it hasn't happened, because administrations in the past have gone into that fund, as I understood it, to pay for other expenses of the district. I'm not saying those weren't legitimate too, but I just see this as a reasonable way to set aside money that really goes to one of our more sacred commitments and promises that we make to our people. I see Commissioner Clark and then Commissioner LeBron.
Yes, I had a question for the superintendent, and that is regarding the assigned versus committed. Is there any reason why we would not use those funds for the intended purpose in the year it's intended to be used? Because are there any conditions that would make us not use it for the intended purpose?
That's a great question, Commissioner Clark, and I'll attempt to answer kind of from my perspective, and then I'll have Carlene weigh in. If we are assigning it here, unless it would take an act of the board to change that that reassignment. You know, we did have, you saw all of the emergencies and needs that came up this year relative to COVID-19. But if we are establishing this through resolution, it would have to take another act of the board to change, overturn, modify, et cetera. Carlene?
Leslie has basically summed it up. I mean, that's all there is to say about it. There is no reason other than if we were absolutely in dire straits, it would need to be moved. But that is the action that Leslie and I, you know, we would actually talk about it and then make a recommendation to the board. But I don't see us doing that.
So from a policy point of view, then the funds are actually committed. I mean, they're already committed. So if we move them to the committed fund balance, then we're just following fiduciary responsibility. Is that what I'm hearing?
I agree with that statement, Commissioner Clark.
Commissioner LeBron, Commissioner Clark, were you all set?
Yep, he's shaking his head yes.
Oh, okay. Commissioner
Thank you,
LeBron.
Commissioner Clark. Yeah, so I just want to point out, like, yes, we have been cited for health insurance, charter school, substitute teaching, and under budgeting in those lines or moving funds. I want to highlight that we did not have a budget transfer policy, which is something that, again, I will remind the board that we are implementing and putting into place so that when budget transfers are happening like that, and like that they have occurred in the past, that they're not happening under our nose in large sums without us even knowing when we pass the budget and we think that it's budgeted and it's not because it was transferred by a previous administration. So that has not been our experience with Leslie. I'm, you know, very curious that it would come up now after it has been never the case in previous superintendents who disrespectfully spent money and did all these crazy budget transfers under the nose of some of my colleagues here. The other piece, though, again, I do have to highlight that if we do this for health insurance, then it has to be done for charter school tuition. It has to be done for our substitute costs. And we're in the middle of a pandemic and we have other expenditures that we have no idea what the impact's going to be. And we don't even want to save money as a board, which is insane to me. So I don't want to have this back and forth with anybody. I don't believe anything that comes out of Commissioner Powell's mouth, especially when it comes to the state auditors or the GASB. I want to see it in writing, not some policy or resolution that she is bringing forth that she wrote herself. I'm not interested in that. I also want to uplift and remind this board that the administration did respond to both of these resolutions that had came before us, and they were not in support of it, but we're still pushing it through as a board. And it's just the level of ridiculousness week after week. I almost can't even take it anymore.
Commissioner Powell, and I would ask that we not turn this into a debate. Obviously, people have to state their opinions and respond so that we have a comprehensive discussion, but let's try not to turn this into a back and forth, and certainly not name calling and characterizations that don't provide any value in terms of people understanding what is happening. Commissioner Powell.
Thank you. It is public's understanding that I respond, not to make it back and forth, but so the public understands the fundamental difference between this and charter school funding. Okay, charter school funding comes from the state and it goes out to the charter schools in the same year. We don't accumulate charter school funds over the course of more than one fiscal year. such that it does need to be, such that it would need to be committed. In fact, we generally have to pay a percentage of charter school tuitions up front before we even get any reimbursement from the state. So there's a fundamental difference between charter school tuition and this particular resolution.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. The only thing that I would add, and I've said it previously, is that, at least personally for me, healthcare is a sacred obligation that I think in any democratic society, people, public officials make a commitment to those around them that they will have at least the bare minimum of healthcare available to them. And in this instance, these are our employees, these are our family members. In addition, that might distinguish this from discussions about substitute teachers and charter schools. In addition, we have a contractual obligation. We signed an agreement to make sure that this money was set aside. And I don't think that you can make that comparison to charter schools and substitute teachers. And finally, and I think I indicated earlier on, this is I don't think we can have a conversation about when it was done and who it was done. And because there have been things that have happened within the last 2 years that we as leaders are now saying we should do that differently. It hasn't just happened 4 years ago, 6 years ago, but even within the last 2 years, there's been things that have happened that we say, we ought to change our practice. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's good government. That's the process of learning how to be a better government and saying, wait a second, what we did just 2 years ago or a year and a half ago, we see that that's not working. We ought to address that. And while it is true that this rating, I'm calling it rating of the healthcare dollars, happened, I don't know how many years ago it happened, but certainly within people's recent memory, that is a specific instance where our family members, our team members, our district employees became concerned about the viability of that sacred trust that we made with them. So I do think, you saw Commissioner Powell, she graciously withdrew 579. She's now asking that we support 578 on a critical service that we trust, that we create with our employees, that we contracted with our employees. We didn't go out and hire a private insurance company. We went out and said, we're going to put the money aside because we're going to save money. And we ought to make sure that there's some degree, and I think Commissioner Clark and Commissioner Powell said it best. The only difference here is the money is going to be, it's still designated. They'll just have to come to us with a resolution. And Commissioner LeBron is correct. We have a transfer policy, but this is a little bit different. This is, you're right, they do have to come to us for any transfer, but this is them taking money out of a committed fund that we have to provide for our employees' health care. Again, a sacred trust, important trust we have with our employees. So I see Commissioner Powell, and let's see if we can wrap it up here, Commissioner Powell.
No, that's an old hand, sorry.
Okay. All right. So why don't we go ahead and vote? Since 578 is probably before the body, the Board of Education, why don't we go ahead and take a vote? Make sure your cameras are on. I don't think we need to take a roll call vote, but just please make sure your camera is on and that you articulate yes or no your position on this resolution. All those in favor of Resolution 578 indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Any nays?
Nay.
Nay.
It seems, Madam Clerk, that the ayes have it. Next item on the agenda is Commissioner LeBron. You are chair of our Finance Committee, and I am appropriately turning the gavel over to you.
Thank you. So I just want to restate the 2021 Financial Board goals and metrics. And it's right on our website if anybody wants to come look at it at rcsdk12.org. If you go under Board of Education, there's a tab that says 2021 Board Goals and Metrics. to improve the financial conditions of RCSD. That is the #1 goal for us this year. Working through the finance, policy, and audit committees using quantitative measures and in concert with the superintendent, the board will achieve this goal by reviewing and updating. Oh, thank you for putting it here for me, Kalia. I'm looking at my other screen. Reviewing and updating current RCSD policies relating to funding sources, expenditures, and inefficiencies to improve the district's condition. Establishing budget parameters and priorities for cost efficiencies and equity for the 21-22 school year budget. Adopting a balanced budget for the 21-22 fiscal year that ensures the replenishment of a healthy district fund balance. And so I am glad that that is right there at the forefront as we continue to have conversations. And I just want to add, you know, since I wanted to go jump straight into finance, that there has never been a time that I'm aware of that this district has not covered employees' health insurance. So I just want to put that out there. So the debate was not whether we would have money or not to cover health insurance. We have met that obligation year after year. But again, you know, I just find it alarming that we have a new superintendent and this has never been done before, even though it has been in reports prior to last year. It was in a report the year prior to that and the CAFR as well. So I just want to put it out there. And I know Rebecca had a question, so I'm actually going to let her ask her question. Rebecca, if you want to jump back on. Oh, I see you. You're jumping all over on my screen. But Rebecca, I'm going to turn the mic over to you real quick.
Hi, thanks for giving me the chance to ask. So I'm a small business owner, and so we deal with health insurance all the time. And the amounts that you pay per year really fluctuates depending on employees and everything like that. With this fund, how is it going to be set up so that it proves to do what it's supposed to do? If there's a certain set amount, or what kind of financial projections are going to be putting this money off to the side? Are there any?
Chris, would you like me to take that question? Okay, I'll go.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, so what happens with, we are self-funded, first of all. So being a self-funded health insurance plan, we could experience more volatility, so to speak, within our plan itself. And so in order to prepare to offset any significant swings within the plan so that rates don't increase dramatically over a period of time, the money is to be set aside in a reserve, so to speak. And so that, again, as the plan fluctuates, depending on claims coming in and that type of thing, the money will be in there to offset those steep climbs within the rates. So when you're saying how much I believe you said you asked how much money is put aside or how it's determined. Okay, so
how is it going to be determined, since it does fluctuate so much, that having this separate assigned fund, having specific, like, what are the ramifications of what was just voted on, I guess is my question.
Right. So the fund was fully depleted. And I believe that was in 1819, if I'm not mistaken, if history serves me. And the proper amount for the fund, as determined by the brokers of the fund, is $8 million. So because the fund was depleted at that point in time, we knew we were obligated to put monies, or felt that we were obligated to put monies back into the plan. To rebuild it to that $8 million level. We have no desire to do otherwise than to bring the plan back into alignment. We take that commitment seriously, as far as knowing that is what it was to be used for. That was the design of the plan. That was the plan that was agreed upon and approved by those committee members that participate in that effort. So those are the parameters in which we need to work, in which we need to reestablish that level. If we fail to do that, that impacts all of the employees, because again, any increase then within the plan has nothing to offset a rate increase. So it would be fully and totally completely on the employees then to absorb that increase.
Rebecca, are you all set? I just wanted to give our parent rep, Rebecca, an opportunity because she did have questions, but it was an open resolution on the floor for voting. And so up next is the presentation on the 21-22 budget forecast, budget assumptions, and alignment to the strategic and fiscal plans. And that will be presented by Carlene, our CFO.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. I'm actually going to start the presentation and then
Thank you. I'm sorry. So starting off is our superintendent, Dr. Myers-Small.
All good. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, again. As Commissioner LeBron shared, just going to give an overview of our budget assumptions, our forecast, and certainly most importantly, we want to talk about alignment to not only our strategic plans, but also our academic and fiscal plans. And just a little precursor, when we come back on Thursday, I'm going to go more in depth about specifically academic and fiscal plans to certainly update the Board of Education and our public about those two really important guiding documents. If you'll go to the next slide. So when we think about school spending, we can generally categorize them into 5 areas, and you see them as follows. They are instruction, employee benefits, transportation, operations, and staffing resources. So just take a quick look at that. Obviously, the crux of what we do is instruction. And those examples are teacher compensation, charter school tuition, which we'll talk about a little bit later when we focus on legislative priorities, and special education. You can see under employee benefits, it covers things we just talked about: insurance, health and dental insurance, retirement plans. That's something that everyone might not realize we are responsible for, or that we do pay for, as well as Social Security. Transportation, pretty self-explanatory relative to that. Operations are the underpinnings of the district, so IT, facilities, maintenance, gas and electricity, and then resources relative to staffing. So curriculum writing and PD is another area. Next slide, please. So let's talk about our district priorities. We'll talk first about strategic plan, the academic plan, and the fiscal plan. Very grateful to the Board of Education for unanimously approving not only the district strategic plan, but also each school and department strategic plan. We have 70 strategic plans in total or 69 that undergird the overall district plan. So just some main priorities when we're thinking about, okay, so what are we doing relative to the budget, or what is that? What are we thinking about as far as guiding forces, as far as budget allocation? We have to continue to move forward with the next generation standards. That's something that every single school district must do, and making sure that we also have alignment of curriculum implementation for students in grades K through 12th grade. Fortifying social emotional learning and restorative practices. That is something that has been a focus and an emphasis in our district, and we have not abandoned nor let go of that. We know that in the Rochester City School District, many of our students have one or more ACEs, which are adverse childhood experiences. Then if you layer on top of that the trauma and impact of COVID-19, which involved certainly isolation, and as well as just some of the food insecurity or the economic downturn as a result of COVID-19. And then, you know, we in our Rochester community certainly have the trauma of just recent events that have happened not only locally, but also nationally. And, you know, we just sent out information to our staff of supports relative to just a recent decision that was made relative to Daniel Prude. Our public might not also realize we have consent decree compliance. So that is, there are 14 areas that the Rochester City School District must be compliant with, and this is relative to the way special education is implemented in the Rochester City School District. And frankly, we were out of compliance with parts of Part 200, which is the guiding guidelines from the New York State Department of Education. And then we also have, we call them CAPS, they're corrective action plans for special education and bilingual education. So we want to make sure that we have resources that are allocated in those areas to make sure that we are making positive momentum and moving forward. So not just to say that we're checking things off of a list, but we're actually implementing them with fidelity and that we're making meaningful impacts. Next slide, please. The academic plan was reviewed and approved by the Board of Education. And so that's one of the areas that Dr. Jallo, our state monitor, works with us on, is obviously to improve academics. So certainly there is overlap between the academic plan and the strategic plan, but some specific priorities that we're focusing on is certainly making sure that we have comprehensive program assessment tools and establishing a program evaluation arm to really analyze the effectiveness of initiatives. I remember when I first started in the district, this was a conversation that was very heavily being talked about amongst our commissioners, of making sure that the programs that we are offering, whether it's to our youngest learners or scholars, to those who are on their way to graduate, that what's the value added in making sure that it is effective. So that's being led through the Office of Teaching and Learning. We also just have to continue to align our resources to fortify academic priorities. I know that we realize this, but we have multiple schools that are receivership schools. We have CSI, which are comprehensive support, and targeted support schools, TSI. So we have to really make sure that we are focusing on the core, in the core academic areas, and moving forward resources to make sure that we are really moving forward with our academics and improvement there. And then professional development is certainly a huge area for us to make sure that as we're making the next generation shifts, or if we are the social emotional learning, that we have the appropriate professional development. So those staff who don't know how to or need some additional instruction are receiving that. Next slide. Under the financial plan, we have 3 major areas, and that is certainly upgrading our financial management system. So when we talk about the operations components of a district, this is an undergirding. And so it's going to simplify and really bring us up to basically the 21st century as far as the work that we're doing around the management of our finances. Medicaid reimbursement is certainly another area that we're focusing on as far as a priority, and making sure that that is being implemented with fidelity, as well as upgrading our special education management system. And that does directly tie into certainly both consent decree as well as the corrective action plan for special education. Next slide, please. So as far as our legislative priorities, and this is the last slide, and then I'll turn it over to CFO Pierce. Today was a very busy day, and many of our commissioners were on meetings with me. We normally would be in Albany advocating with different elected officials around legislative priorities. And while we are one of 21 school districts in Monroe County, we also are a member of what's called the Big Five. So that's the 5 largest school districts, but they also include Albany, Utica, and is it Mount Vernon? There are 3 additional districts that partner with us in that Big Five. So we come together to talk about what are some of our individual needs that we can package together and collectively prioritize. And so we spent time today, and we'll have much more time tomorrow to talk about these priorities. So these are, again, both at the Big Five level, collectively and individually in Rochester. So we want to increase career and technical education to include 9th graders, because right now in the funding formula, it's only for 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. And we want that cap to be increased from 3,900 students. So we certainly want to not only diversify what's happening at Edison Tech under the leadership of Principal Jacob Scott, but we want to see if there are opportunities to expand career and technical opportunities to other of our other secondary schools. We also want to increase the weighted measurement in the foundation aid formula for ELs and for students with special needs. We have significant numbers of students in both of those areas, and there's also overlap. We have ELs who are students with disabilities or students with disabilities who are ELs. We are continuing to advocate around the rejection of the consolidation of expense-driven aids as well as the local district funding adjustment. We want to increase the health services aid. Both Rochester City School District and Buffalo are actually projected to take hits in this area. And we know, again, just the trauma, the social emotional needs that exist for our students, as well as on the medical side, as far as just with COVID, we want to make sure that we have ample support and staffing in that area. And then this was a huge one. A lot of conversations were around this last bullet, and that's not only capping charter school approvals, but looking at saturation rates as far as the some of the reimbursements because of the charter school tuition rate. So charter schools really was a huge conversation today with many elected officials. For example, in New York City, there are zombie charter schools. And so there's huge advocacy around that particular area. So these are all the things that undergird or underpin and help to form our decision-making around what do we want to make sure that we include in our budget as we move forward and look ahead to the 21-22 school year. Carlene?
Okay, so if we could have the next slide. Thank you, Kalia. What we tried to do this year was just compare apples to apples. In the past, you may recall that across the top of your screen, it may have been the executive budget as proposed by the governor compared to our amended budget, our amended revenue budget, or the approved budget. And so what we tried to do this year, and this you will have my promise and that of our director of budget, you will see consistency within the information that you are going to be receiving from us. I'd like to focus your attention in the column that says dollar changes. And so as you go down through, because again, this is right off of the state aid runs, it is the executive budget that you will find out on the state aid website. And the only difference that what we've done here is add the City of Rochester MOE to that bottom line. So you'll have an idea that if we were to take the executive budget, which typically tends to be the most conservative form to use, and added it to that MOE, you will then find the proposed adjusted budget down on the bottom line. And you'll see that it represents approximately 11% increase. But Kali, if you take us to the next slide, please. Once we start to unpack the state aid runs, it's not as rosy as at first glance. What you're going to find, and again, across that top row on the previous slide, you'll see that the foundation aid was frozen again for yet another year. And the governor is proposing, I believe this is the fourth year in a row, that the expense-driven aids be consolidated into one aid. It would be very detrimental to our district if that occurred because of the fact that our aid would then actually reflect a reduction of $14.7 million. Hidden within that consolidation as well, if that collapse were to occur, transportation aid becomes less visible. And so again, you're not able to, or we in the finance department are not able to properly align the expense-driven aids against the expenditures that they are to offset. And we know for a fact, based on the analysis that we've done, that within that calculation, our transportation aid is significantly overstated. We also this year are taking a look at something new and different. There is a proposal to have a local district funding adjustment. And what that is that on one line you actually see the approval of the STAR going into the state aid runs, and then you will find that the STAR adjustment is then removed for the same amount. As we have researched this further with the Department of Budget and others, we've learned that the Department of Budget didn't understand the impact to Big Five school districts, meaning that they thought we were going to receive that STAR revenue when in fact it's actually the city of Rochester that receives that STAR revenue. And once that was shared and learned, we were told that the end result then would be that STAR, that amount, the 7.9 million, would then be either reduced from our foundation aid, which again has remained flat, or that our MOE with the city would be reduced by that amount. So again, it is not in favor of our school district or any other school district in the state of New York at this point in time. On the state aid runs too, within that collapsed consolidation of aids, you're also going to find, you won't clearly visibly see it, but hidden underneath, there is actually a reduction in the charter school transition aid. Again, very detrimental. The argument could be, well, the charter school rate itself that is going to be charged by the state is going to be reduced. We do not yet know that rate. But it is very clear that what they're actually recommending as a reduction is much more detrimental to us than the actual rate reduction in the tuition set by the state. So again, it's inequitable. The other fact is that when it comes to charter school aid, the aid, similar to transportation aid, is received a year after the fact that the expense is incurred. So again, it's not even in the same school year. The very bottom line that you saw that was different within that state aid run, and Kalia, could you just go back for a minute, please? So you'll find on there about midway through, there's the CARES Act that you'll see there from last year, the 29.2 million. You'll see where that was in there for the 2021 budget and then removed for the 21-22 budget. That is now being replaced by the COVID-19 supplemental stimulus money. And again, it appears to be very attractive at an amount of 87 million. But Kalia, if you could go back to the next slide, please. This is a one-time allocation, and that is critical for us to understand that. It's non-reoccurring. And for those of us that have been in school business for a period of time, what this is reminiscent of is a gap elimination adjustment that occurred with the ERA funding that was related to the job stimulus money. And it is a place in time where, again, federal monies are being used to backfill the state funding shortfalls. And again, detrimental to the school district. And when we say why or ask why, the reason being is that whatever amount that we use this year will then have to be backfilled for the following year, meaning that we will have a revenue gap. So we have to keep that in mind because it is a one-time allocation. And many schools back in the ERA funding days with gap elimination adjustment did have to use all the money. And then that very following year, they did find themselves at a shortfall when it came to revenue. So on the surface, that 11% from the previous page appears to be very, very, very favorable. But when you actually unpack it, you will actually see that we will be at a reduction in state aid. And again, much to our detriment because we do not have fund balance to use as a windfall to help us through the difficult times. So if we could go forward, please, Kalia. Thank you. Key considerations that we needed to take a look at as we're developing our budget. Very thankful again for Dr. Jallo being with us and the recommendations she made within the academic and financial plan. And the reason being is because she really has built us a roadmap for our budget development. The facts that we have to take into consideration, though, in addition to those recommendations, is something that we've been talking about, seems like meeting after meeting here for a while. We do have our enrollment decline, again, 10% trajectory rate, while our staffing expenditures, all aspects of staffing expenditures tend to be on the rise. And we know that we are obligated, we have committed to be obligated to eliminate our structural deficit as well as to return to an adequate level of fund balance. And all of this is being done and built within the budget because we truly have to come to a sustainable financial future. And I just wanted to put the one last point in there again, that although we do have that revenue source of the stimulus money, again, that is a one-time shot. And we do not, again, have the sufficient fund balance to weather additional storms before us. If I can, the next slide, please. So again, what are our action steps that we're taking to attain a balanced budget this year? We have spoken to you about these in past meetings. There for a while, it was meeting after meeting when we were going through and informing you what we were doing to make changes within the finance department and the district as a whole. It has never been more important than what it is right now to be using trend analysis to determine what the correct amounts of our expenditures and revenues should be. We all know that 1920 and then going into 2021, these are 2 years that were anything but normal. I mean, there were anything that even equated to being normal. The last normal year we had was in 1819. So again, that's when trend analysis is going to be all the more important, to take a look at expenditures over time, to take a look at revenues over time, and to really be able to present a very solid balanced budget to you and to the state monitor. We instituted, as we spoke about earlier, a new budget transfer policy. It's my understanding that that policy will be presented to you Thursday night for final approval, and we will move forward with the guidelines of that policy. We are very closely watching and monitoring our expenditures and revenues. We've shared that with you in the past. That is continuing. It will continue ongoing from here on out. We have to be right on top of where we stand at all times with our revenues and expenditures. We've worked through our procurement policy. You saw that as another item within the financial plan, policy number 6700. We have enhanced it. We are working more collaboratively with regard to contract reviews and just overall the monitoring, again, of our expenditures flowing through our systems. As another recommendation that you have within the financial plan, as you're well aware, there is the contract analysis that is to be included with our resolutions that we are presenting to you. We are continuing with our spending and hiring freeze, and we are absolutely aligning our staffing with our projected enrollment. If I could have the next slide, please. So again, additional actions to take to ensure a balanced budget. Expenditure control is absolutely essential. We know that our foundation aid is remaining flat, and you just saw this evening again what the executive budget looks like with regard to aid. We have to stay on top of our expenditures. We need to be realistic about our staffing levels as well as our district footprint, and they need to align with our enrollment needs. And given that, we do have to apply contractual formulas for staffing, and we are continuing to analyze the needs for 21-22. And we will continue moving forward with the restoration of fund balance. Next slide, please. As we've promised to you and committed to you, we are taking a hard look at our short-term debt, that being the RAN. We have provided the city with an anticipated RAN amount of $50 million. That is significantly lower, as you know, from our $85 million value that we have currently, and we are intending to uphold that, that commitment. It will be our intent moving forward to continue to reduce that over time as we regain a foothold with regard to our fund balance. As you are aware, and it's been reported on many meetings, we are continuing to focus in on central office expenditures and absolutely looking for every single opportunity possible to maximize our revenues. And most especially, that would come with regard to our Medicaid reimbursement and looking to charter school opportunities with regard to revenue. And we also need to leverage our grants, meaning that we need to take a look at all of our grants that are out there available to us and engage in those grants and have those monies best utilized by the district to support our general fund. And the last item on here is, again, a topic we've had discussions about on numerous times, and that's just to reduce our reliance upon BOCES if we are able to take those services and serve our children in-house at a lower expenditure. Next slide.
So next steps are as follows. We obviously have a March 1st submission of a draft budget to Dr. Jallo. We will also obviously be submitting that draft budget to each of our board commissioners so they can see what our thoughts are. This is very early for the Rochester City School District, but this is one of the requirements that we must certainly fulfill. And then we'll go through our process of budget deliberations. I know tomorrow night, Commissioner LeBron will be hosting a webinar to start some of those conversations, but we'll have public discussions with the board. And this is actually where I stepped in last year around the final approval of the budget. Then we have to have our submission to the city of Rochester, and I have to be clear that we have already had a meeting and we have some subsequent meetings with the city of Rochester, so they are aware of what we're doing and what our thoughts are, what are some of our concerns, our budget concerns, et cetera. And then that final meeting with the city happens on June 9th. And then our goal is to move forward and begin the 21-22 school year on July 1st with our approved budget and implement strategic plan, academic plan, fiscal plan. One of the things that I just think it's so important before I turn it back over to Commissioner LeBron is that although it's really intense right now, right, this is budget season, the budget process really is 12 months a year, right? You really need to have those conversations. And I so appreciate having the opportunity to every month work with Commissioner LeBron to work through where we are, as well as our other commissioners. But this is really a year-round process to get us to this point. We also, just to be very candid and to be very clear, this is a bridge year for us. There are some processes that we need to continue to improve on. We've heard things like systems and structures, transparency, getting community feedback, which I know is very important to Commissioner LeBron and other commissioners. So we need to get through this year. We will have a budget process and we'll make sure that we meet our timelines and our deadlines. But then we want to move forward and really have a very significant, transparent, meaningful process that works for all of our stakeholders, both internally and externally. So with that, Commissioner LeBron, I turn it back to you.
Yeah, I see some hands raised, and so Commissioner Malloy had her hand up first, and then I'm going to turn it over to Vice President Elliott.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. I have a few questions, but I'm wondering if we'll be better served to ask them after the budget comes out. So please feel free to jump in, Commissioner LeBron, at any time, just because I don't know if they're appropriately being asked now or if they need to be asked later. So just let me know. One of the first things I saw in the presentation was just about upgrading the financial management system. So I'm assuming that's PeopleSoft, right? We're talking about PeopleSoft here? Okay, so I was just wondering is that something that absolutely needs to be done this year, or is there I guess we'll see the associated costs later on, but is that something that, given our financial situation and the pandemic, is this something that we could wait on, in your opinion, until next year to save on costs? Oh, and the second part of that question, I guess, maybe this is more for Carlene. She seems to be frozen. Is she? Oh, no, she's not.
She's there.
The second part of that question, though, was, is the special education management component, is that part of the same system?
No.
Okay.
Frontline.
Frontline is. Okay, so we're using Frontline. All right, and then, so I guess is the PeopleSoft component, I know that was going to be a huge expense for the district, and I don't recall off the top of my head what that was. Is that it's something that absolutely has to be done or prioritized this year?
I will not have a financial department if we don't start upgrading, Commissioner Malloy. It is antiquated, it is very cumbersome and very difficult. Yes. And that if you also go to Dr. Jallo's plan, that's something that's embedded in there as well. So that comes right from the state monitor's recommendation as well.
Okay.
I just want to uplift to Commissioner Malloy because, you know, these conversations also happen in the previews too. But trying to access PeopleSoft and using other systems myself in other positions, it is antiquated, and I do think it makes people's lives and jobs more difficult across the board. And I would like to see as many technology systems that we possibly can upgraded. And I know that we're in the middle of pandemic, but we're also relying even more heavily on technology right now. And one of the acts that I've had for the superintendent is to start having these conversations about what the fall will look like, because there is no clear indication whether we will have the amount of vaccinations needed for herd immunity, or whether we're going to be in a hybrid model still, or we'll be in 5 days a week. And part of the frustration with the pandemic is that it changes like month to month, week to week. I'm literally in a Wednesday meeting every week, and they're like, as soon as we leave this meeting, this information might not be even valid anymore. And they are so right, because changes are like happening so quickly. But our system is old, and you know, I probably would have in the past also not supported upgrading technology when there's a deficit and we have other fish to fry, but also recognizing now how dependent we are on the technology and how slow and old and antiquated it is, that I can't even believe that this is how we're operating, being as large of an organization as we are. And so I just share that with you so you understand that, like, I get it too, but then try actually working through that system when we're depending on technology. It's terrible.
So I guess just as a follow-up question to that then, because I understand the importance of the upgrade, that's super clear, but I'm wondering if that software upgrade, could that be done as part of the cash capital requirement from the city?
Yes, it absolutely could be. Okay. And that would be probably the most advantageous route for us to go at this point in time. I do also want to let you know, Commissioner Malloy, this is not just one time that we've been cited with regard to our system. Our system, beyond the fact that it is antiquated, it actually, when you run the reports, and the reports have been run by the auditors, depending on how you run the report, you could get erroneous results. And so it's important to say that, yes, antiquated, meaning it hasn't been updated. I believe the last time it was updated was 2007, 2009 timeframe. And if you just think about your cell phone, your TV, your computer, and all this technology that has changed in that period of time, we're at true detriment here. We have Band-Aids on top of Band-Aids with the system, and it's very vulnerable. And so we are looking to move to a cloud-based system, again, so that we will not have to come to you requesting for funds for upgrades. It's going to be updated on a quarterly basis, and it'll keep us right up to times. So it is absolutely imperative. And again, if it was just one consultant's report or one recommendation, but if you go back through time in our audit reports, consultant reports, you're going to see this as a reoccurring citation.
And then the rollout of such a program, though, that's got to be, it's a pretty behemoth endeavor, right? It's not something that can just, be switched over overnight. Could you maybe talk a little bit about the time frame in terms of rolling this out for the district? What is the time frame we're talking about? Is this like a 1-year rollout? Is this like something we flip the switch on and we go right to this next year? What's the realistic time frame for actually seeing the cost benefit of this investment?
I will give you my perspective, and then I will turn it over to Glenn, because it's actually his team that is managing the project portion of this endeavor. And so it's been shared with us, and what I've seen in the past, that, and again, the information is within the financial plan. It's all spelled out within the financial plan as far as the deliverables. So the deliverable date that we're shooting for is 7/1/22, meaning that we have to be very aggressive and progressive in this effort. And we've been working on it for some time. The reason from a financial standpoint that we need to have a 7/1 start date is that aligns with the beginning of our fiscal year. Not to meet that date puts us in a horrible detriment, because then we are actually running two systems, and you're going to have to close out two different systems when it comes down to finances. That's not any position that any financial person wants to be in, any accountant. It just becomes very cumbersome when you start crossing financial years. The game plan then is to run dual systems, the old system with the new, to make sure that you're getting the results that you need. And so it is effort intensive, and I'll turn it over to Glenn for his expertise.
Thank you. So I'll just give you a few highlights. In terms of a cost savings with a project this large, moving to a more modern system is going to save money in the long run. We've done some systems analysis with Oracle Business Value Services and looked at how much we're going to save over a 3, 5, and 10-year period. In addition, when you start talking about timelines, and you're right, Commissioner Malloy, this is a huge project. This is one of the biggest undertakings a district can take on. There will be a systems integrator that comes in to help with this transition to a modern ERP, HCM, ERP meaning enterprise resource planning and human capital management. So we're not just upgrading the financial systems, we're also upgrading human capital management, because so many of those things are intertwined.
All right.
Thank you. All right.
You're welcome.
Yeah. So I guess that really answers those questions for me. So thank you. I can see the need for that. I have other questions, but I want to give other commissioners a chance to ask their questions first.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Vice President Elliott.
Thank you, Chairman LeBron. The question I have, Dr. Myers-Small, has to do with the city's reaction to our budget process. And, you know, the last year they did not approve it. So what's been their expectations about what it would take for them to support our budget?
Thank you for asking that, Vice President Elliott. Our meeting a few weeks ago actually was very productive. It was very collegial. And I started the meeting by sharing that it really did caught me off guard of how things played out last year. And we wanted to absolutely avoid that. So we wanted to open up the lines of communication. We shared with them some similar things that we shared tonight around what are some of the things that are cost drivers that we're concerned about. And not only President Scott was there, but also Chair of Finance, Malik Evans. And it was very positive. We said that we would continue to meet, to have conversations, and we have some subsequent meetings that will be coming. And I said, I just don't want to have that happen again. That was a reality check, a slap in, as far as reality was concerned, but it was a very collegial conversation. And Carlene was in the meeting, Dr. Jallo was in the meeting, and others, and we felt it was very productive, and they said it was productive as well. We sent some follow-up information. We wanted to make sure that they had our fiscal plan, our academic plan, and we outlined some next steps to meet, and I felt very productive. Someone can correct me if they felt differently.
Thank you.
President White.
Sorry about that, I had to unmute myself. Given the fact that the COVID Relief Appropriations Act is likely to send about $4 billion to public schools, I think about I don't know the exact amount in New York State, but it's a significant amount. I submitted a question in anticipation of this relief package being passed to the administration. It's part of the question log. And I understood in advance of Carlene saying it today that the concern is that this is a one-time shot in the arm, and that it wouldn't provide relief from the fiscal cliff that we frequently face as a school district, because every year our systems seem to take us to the edge. So I get that this is a one-time, but I asked a series of questions in the question log about one-time costs in the 21-22 budget. Now, I'm not expecting the answer, and you might have even answered it, and I haven't been able to catch up because I have other responsibilities. But I did submit a question, and so yes, this is a one-time shot, a significant one-time shot. But the question is, do we have comparable costs in the budget that this money, significant amount of money, could be used to offset those? Like, for example, and again, if you haven't prepared an answer yet, I'm willing to wait for the answer in the question log, but I talked about transportation costs associated with COVID. I mean, we're going to use this money for something. There's no doubt about it. The question is, the money that we're going to use it for, does it offset one-time costs that would therefore reduce our budget in a real way? Costs that we have, for example, counselors, extra counselors that we have, substitute teacher costs, technology costs. And I asked for very specific questions around expenditures described in the 21-22 budget that could be fairly characterized as one-time costs. So we take this millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars that we're going to get as a Big Five school district. Yes, they are one-time costs, and offset them against those one-time resources that we're going to get from the federal government. Has anybody answered that question yet? And if not, I can wait until you answer. But that's a critical question for me for me understanding this 2021 budget, and for me voting to support it or not. Has anybody, just quick answer, have they answered that question yet? And I would understand if you haven't had a chance to answer.
Quick answer is that's where we're in the process. We're trying to find as many one-time costs that are possible, but that's the key thing. You said something, President White, that I think is really important. You said, well, extra counselors. Staffing is not certainly a one-time cost, right? So we just have to be very mindful about what those particular costs, but we will come back. We're still in that analysis to see what we can do as far as trying to mitigate exactly what you're asking.
Well, and let me just follow up on that. Certainly, if you hire staff, and the intention is for them to be around until they reach retirement, you're right. That's not a one-time cost. But sometimes in exigent circumstances like this, you do hire extra staff, and you make it clear the extra staff is not going to stick around. Here's the reality of it, though. And again, it could be the cost for dealing with protecting our children from COVID, thermometers, whatever. There are going to be some costs associated with us living a new way of life under COVID. And the district is going to bear some of those costs. I'm asking, and it sounds like you guys are looking into it, to identify those one-time costs. But here's the reality. I don't have I'm thinking it was $2 billion that we could expect from New York State in terms of, I'm talking about the school districts throughout New York State. Of the $4 billion, right, that we're getting. So we're at least going to get $2 billion. Rochester's going to get a significant share of that, probably in the millions. And the question is, once you go through all those one-time shot costs, this district is going to use that money. And therein lies the problem. Sometimes we use money and we don't anticipate that the money's not going to be there later on. So the second part of my question is if you go beyond the one-time cost, are you going to be saying to this board, let's hypothetically, let's say our allotment is $150 million. And we can come up with one-time cost of $50 million. You don't have to answer this now. This is clearly rhetorical because you don't have the real numbers. Are you saying you're going to reject the $100 million because it will lead us over a cliff, because we'll be funding things that we can't continue to fund? Because that may be the reality. Because I think what you're saying is, you don't have to answer this now, we're not going to take money that can't fund, that would require that we expend money beyond 21, 22, or maybe 22, 24, whatever the Appropriation Act allows for. That's essentially what you're saying. So will you be saying, let's say our one-time costs are $50 million. We get $150 million. Are you saying, and I'm not being facetious when I say this, are we going to say we're not accepting that extra $100 million because that will take us to a cliff? That's what you're going to have to think about, because you can't tell me, given what you said to us today, that you're going to take every dollar the federal government gives you. The only way you can take that money is if it's for one-time deals that is incorporated in the 21-22, or if it's 2-year Appropriations Act, 22-23 fiscal year. That's the dilemma. I'm going to be asking that. Only way you're going to take this money is if it covers one-time deals.
We'll be prepared to follow up with the response, President White.
I see Commissioner Clark smiling, and I'm going to take that, because I'm a positive thinker, is maybe I'm onto something here.
Well,
What do you think? What do you think, Commissioner Clark?
President
Well,
White.
actually, my question was going to be the opposite, because
Okay.
what I was thinking is, if the $87 million that we have from the COVID relief fund, we know it's not going to be there the following year. So I thought it was the ideal time to purchase the PeopleSoft software and to get those one-time capital type costs in the budget. So my question is, can it be used for that? Because if the answer is yes, then now is the perfect time to incur those type of costs, because we have the funds coming in, and it's not going to be a recurring cost. What I heard from Glenn is actually going to be a savings when you move out of year one and start moving ahead.
So may I chime in?
Yes, Carlene, and then I want to respond to, because I don't want to confuse anybody about, we're not getting billions of dollars. So I just want to be clear that we are projected to get 87 or less, because we know we were in a budget meeting today, and some of the other big fives were also talking about what they have been told, an estimation of their calculations. And I feel very fortunate after being in that meeting, because some districts are saying, like, we're not even getting a fraction of the deficit we have and have occurred because of COVID to cover, and we're estimated at 87 million. So I just want to be clear to the community, and I just want to uplift that what Carlene is saying and has been repeating is that, yes, we're getting 87 million potentially, right? It still has to pass through the state. It could be lower, but that should not indicate to this board moving forward that we still don't have to reduce our expenditures. So it could be used one time to plug in this hole that we have and other expenditures we have already endured because of COVID. So we will still have to make tough financial decisions. And I feel like, I hate to use this term because I had a previous CFO use this term and it just came back to haunt us. We are essentially saying, because we're getting 87, potentially kick the can down the road a little bit. And to be honest with everyone here in my community, I'm fully okay with it for this 1 year, because we have COVID that we're still dealing with. So I just wanted to uplift that, because I want to be very clear that the estimation is approximately 87 million or less, and that other big fives didn't even represent that total amount today in the meeting. They were getting significantly less. And after I left that meeting, I felt fortunate that we're at least getting 87 when some of the other big fives were only getting like 19 or 27 or 50. So I'm sorry, I just had to jump in. So Carlene, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that we've been waiting daily for word from the state and federal government on how this money can be utilized. And so we do not have an exact reference source that we can go to at this point in time. High level, it appears to be available for the same types of expenditures under the CARES Act. But again, we don't have anything definite to date that we can tie it back to. We will continue to share that information with you as it becomes available. We keep our ears to the ground, so to speak, and go to all of our available associations that we work with, including NYSBA, to see what publications are out there and what everyone is recommending as far as what they have heard, what they have as evidence and resources that we can work with. I think that it's key critical, though, to remember that we have to think about, if the money is used, how will it be backfilled in the future? And so, again, if we were in a different position with our fund balance, it would be a different story. But we don't have fund balance to fall back on. So we will let you know. And that is the way I had answered the questions in the question log. As soon as it becomes available, we absolutely will get it right back out to all of you. so that you can work with it alongside of us.
President White, is that an old hand? Because if so, I'm going to go over to Commissioner Malloy, who has her hand up. You're muted, President White.
It's not an old hand, but
Okay.
Commissioner Malloy can go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, great.
Commissioner
Thank you.
Malloy.
I'll ask my next question then. Thank you. Is there any way we could get the presentation put back up there? The chart where they were showing the other state aid for 2021, and it showed a 42% increase. I was trying to figure out where that was from. If you could just explain, Carlene, where that came from.
Sure. And it's not necessary unless you absolutely want to see it, but what's coming, what's in that line item is going to be that new consolidated service aid. And we have to keep in mind that one of the factors in there is going to be the consolidated that I talked about, the services aid, which is going to collapse transportation aid. And we know from the past, we have absolute evidence in years past that our transportation aid has always been overstated. So can we depend upon that figure? Absolutely not. We know that we will, the figure that is actually when you break it down into that state aid run and you start pulling those 11 aids apart, again, the transportation aid being significantly overstated is a false read. There's nothing that we can rely on with that. So Terry and I will back that back out. We know what our transportation expenditures are running. We know what they are running for 2021, that we know what we're going to run short for 21-22. But again, if those aids are collapsed going forward, it takes a lot of effort to pull that out. Going forward, it's not going to be as easy to say, okay, this is transportation aid, this is charter school transition aid, and you're going to have to break it out on our own versus now it's the way the runs have been previously is that it's all spelled out for you. And you can say, yes, that's too high. That's about right. That may be low. And then we make our adjustments according to that. So that is absolutely a false read on that line.
And then I guess while we're on the same chart, I just was wondering, it's been said by some people that the MOE by the city, with our declining or continuously declining enrollment, are we actually getting too much from the city in your opinion, or is that number ever going to fluctuate?
I would not, are you asking me or the superintendent?
Well, I'm asking you if anything, because I know that we get this set amount, but with a declining enrollment,
part of that, I just want to insert something, Commissioner Malloy, because that has been the argument with our declining enrollment, but we still pay for charter school enrollment. So
right, exactly. Okay. All right.
Enough said, I think.
Okay, thank you. No, I just was clarifying that point. I do have another question, but I'll let other commissioners go first.
I'm going to turn it to my parent rep, Rebecca. She has her hand up. Rebecca.
Thank you. From the priorities slide, you mentioned Medicaid reimbursement, and I was wondering if you could share a little bit more about what that was for.
I'm going to ask our acting chief of special education and specialized services, Desiree, if she'll come on. Callie, can you take this down too so we can see folks?
Sure. Can you say that again?
Sorry. On the Medicaid, or I'm sorry, on the priorities slide, it mentions Medicaid reimbursement as being a priority, and I wasn't familiar with what that entails.
So for Medicaid, our related service providers, speech, OT, PT, and counseling can be reimbursed. Part of that can be reimbursed through Medicaid tracking and related service logs that are in Frontline. So what we want to do is make sure that all those related services are accurately placed in to each student's record, and that there's a lot of requirements for Medicaid reimbursement. We have to follow all of those, and then we submit them for reimbursement. So that's what we want to maximize, that reimbursement.
May I add to that? This is also another recommendation within the state monitors plans. And so specifically what we've been working on, the action that we've taken this past week, as a matter of fact, is that we have an independent consultant that will be coming in and reviewing our entire Medicaid process. And they will be helping us to assess ways in which we can increase our reimbursement to the district.
Rebecca, was that all? Thank you. President White, you have your hand up again.
Yeah, this can go in the question log if necessary, but what, and I might have missed it, what is the cost of replacing PeopleSoft? Because Commissioner Clark's question is consistent with the questions that I submitted with to the question log, which the superintendent confirmed they are looking at what items are one-time costs. And I apologize, certainly wasn't trying to mislead anybody, but since I was not able to make today's meeting, that's why I didn't know that $87 million, but my analysis is still the same. If we can only come up with $37 million worth of one-time costs, this is not being facetious, I'm serious, is our plan to reject additional $50 million in aid because it might take us over fiscal cliff because we're spending money that won't go beyond a year or two. So that is the legitimate question. Will we only use money if it can cover those one-time costs, which Dr. Myers-Small is indicated in response to my question log question? They're trying to ascertain what those one-time costs are. And so you can add that question to the question log, Madam Clerk, and we don't need to have it debated or discussed now. But if our costs, if we cannot find $87 million in one-time cost, will we reject the federal aid? Because again, the theory is it would take us over a fiscal cliff because we're bringing on expenses that can't take us beyond that federal aid. Thank you.
Van, I just want to make sure Kalia got your question. Okay, did you get his question?
I just want to clarify, it's one question,
Yep.
is what is the cost of replacing PeopleSoft, correct?
That's one question.
He had two.
And then the other question was, though, if it seems like we're getting $87 million. Again, that's not definitive yet, but, right, or less. But let's just say the number that we would share with my colleagues today was $87 million. If we can't come up with $87 million of one-time cost, will we reject the federal aid? All right, thank you.
Okay, you got it, Kalia? Yep. I just want to make sure you got it.
Because listen, here's the thing. If we can come up with $87 million of one-time cost, that means in this budget, 21-22, that means our budget will be reduced by, we'll get an infusion of $87 million in cash for one-time costs. And our budget would be thereby reduced by $87 million. Now, I don't know if we have that many one-time costs. And that's why I asked the question, if we don't have that much in one-time costs, what are we going to do with the extra money, federal money? Just say we don't want it? And we could. I mean, that might be.
President White, I just want to be clear that that's not my understanding, and we're still waiting to hear back from both federal and the state, and sure, if they're going to have those type of parameters. My understanding right now, and so I just want to be clear, and I don't know if this will help or not, but I certainly still want your question in the question log because I do want it answered in writing for future use if we need it while we're going through the budget process. So I appreciate the question. But my understanding right now is that we also have some expenditures that that occurred. And I know this is where it gets confusing for the community when I do speak with individuals. Our COVID impact is really going to be over 3 budget years. So it started in March of last year, and we were still in the 1920 budget. We rolled over some of those deficits into the 2021 budget year. And now we're talking about 21-22, and we're still under COVID. And so I do think we'll find ways to use the $87 million. because we have already had to make cuts and additional reductions. But right now with that, with potentially, hopefully, if we get the full $87 million, it could potentially mean that we don't have to do massive further reductions for this year. However, next year, as we start talking about 21, 22, our expenditures are still there. They have not been reduced. If anything, they may have increased over the cost of the year because of contractual obligations and so forth. So we have to be mindful of that we can kick the can for a year. I will be, like I said earlier, I'll be personally okay because we're still in the middle of a pandemic. However, the 21, 20, the 22, 23 budget year, like next year's budget is where we're going to have to make some really tough decisions. And some of those tough decisions, I know that the superintendent met with us individually to start having some of those conversations. But that puts us potentially in a position to not have to go down that path just yet. And that's the best way I can say it.
So let me just say this. My whole point about the $87 million, and are we only going to spend that money in relation to one-time cost, says we won't kick the bucket down the road, because anything in excess of those one-time costs, let's say it's 30, we have 50 million in one-time costs and a balance of $37 million, it would be kicking the can down the road. That's exactly why I'm asking the question. That's why that question is very critical. And then the other issue is, and we don't need to have an answer for it, but there's been a lot of federal money rolling in. Is this, and I apologize, I wasn't able to make the meeting today. Is this $87 million what Biden is bringing down the pike? Or is it that other COVID relief? There's been 2 or 3 renditions. So the other question, Madam Clerk, the numbers have to be clear. This can't be about analogies, about what we're kicking things down the road. This has to be by the numbers. Another question that needs to be added to the question log is there's been a series of COVID relief acts where they have given localities money. Some of it the governor allegedly used to offset what he'd given us as part of our foundation aid, and some not. But at some point, because this $87 million we're talking about is only the most recent allocation of money related to COVID. There's been other money before this that's supposed to have been gone to COVID. So to Commissioner LeBron's point, at some point before we pass this budget, we need to know where all that money went and where all it's going to go. This $87 million is not the first allotment.
I know you wasn't at the meeting today, so we also were not the only school district that was essentially wiped out of CARES Act by a reduction in other budget lines. And so some of those districts today in the meeting did uplift that because they were concerned that the governor would potentially do that as well or impact them through the STAR reduction. So one of the other big fives had a significant reduction from STAR in their area, and they're afraid that the governor was basically going to offset that with what they were allocated from the CARES Act. So I think those are all valid questions, but we have stated before that the governor did that. This 87 million is in the state runs. And so that budget has not passed yet. This is what the state is telling us will be the amount that's going to be allocated to us potentially by this federal, you keep saying the Biden money, but however you want to call it. So whatever the federal said, the state has done a guesstimation as best as they could. And in our budget line, it's 87 million. But again, that budget still has to go through state legislators and it has to be officially passed by them before we can have an accurate number. And I just want to uplift, because this all goes back to some of the things previous Commissioner Shepard used to say about none of these dates lining up when we have to make decisions, and the same thing with the city, and how we're all on these different cycles of budgets, and it really is so confusing to folks. So I just want to be clear, this is a guesstimate that the state gave us in the state runs. It was there. So as Carlene went through the state runs and I went through the state runs, we ended up meeting together to just have some more conversations. The Rochester delegation had a budget hearing last week. I did attend that hearing to uplift and support that they support us with the 87 million, that they do not allow the governor to wipe us out, to take that money to use it for other areas in the state that have deficits, and to uplift the support for mental health as a separate funding entity away from this actual state budget. So I'll talk more about that. I do want to get to Commissioner Powell and Commissioner Malloy. I'm going to call on Powell first, and then I'll call on Malloy, because we do have to keep things moving with time. I'm sorry.
I just have one question, only because President White, you had started saying a question, but you said you had a third question, but you turned it into a conversation.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah, the second question was, hypothetically speaking, if we are going to get $87 million, will we reject or return that portion of the money that would require us to spend money beyond the existence of the grant itself? So if we had 50 million, I think people might understand what I'm trying to get at if I'm not saying it perfectly.
I think she got that question.
I got that question. It was a third question.
She thought you had a third question. She got that question,
I got that one already.
Well, run the tape, because I don't, at this point, I don't remember what the question.
All right. No, I think you captured your questions, President White.
I think there was another one, and I'll text it to you if I.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Powell.
Yeah. So regarding the state revenues and COVID relief aid, particularly to President White's point, it's been said, but I don't know how clearly it's been said, Van, the governor's budget proposal, and that's all we have right now, right? Typical of this cycle, attempts to do an end run around the COVID maintenance of effort requirement that that states not supplant existing state aid, right?
Oh, I see.
You know, the language of supplant versus supplement. The federal relief aid said that the states cannot supplant their own education funding and essentially gobble up that COVID relief aid for themselves. But the governor's budget does exactly that. And one of the methods he's using to do that is the STAR aid, which was only very briefly mentioned in the presentation, and then Commissioner LeBrun just now brought it up. But the thing I wanted to talk about was the management systems upgrade. I think that it is unrealistic to think that we can get it all done in 1 year. When we replaced the last system, it took years and years and years. And I don't know if Glenn was around at any part of that. One of the possibilities that provides is that if we do have windfall / one-shot aid, we ought to consider prepaying the entire cost, regardless of how many years it takes to implement, so that we can essentially spend every penny that the COVID relief aid provides for us. That kind of gets to your point, President White, about what if we can't spend all of this one shot, okay? So I don't know if there are conversations with companies right now about what it would take to upgrade our systems. I would hope that there have been conversations by now, but I would also expect we'd have a sense of what the project timeline is. And I can't believe for 1 minute that it could be done in a single year. And since I'm not sure we're going to have any other opportunity for this conversation about the management system, the one ask that I would have, you know, one of the things that makes implementing a system very expensive on the front end is that very often our end users want the system to look exactly the same after the upgrade as it did before, so that they don't have to make any changes to the way they do business. But that often those kinds of tailorings of the system often, number one, undermine the efficiencies. The companies that make these systems have figured out what the most efficient ways of doing things are. The way 600 out of 700 school districts have figured out what the most efficient way of doing things is, and redesigning it to look like and do things the way we've always done them adds cost on the front end, and it undermines any efficiencies we get. So what does one have to do instead? One has to invest a little bit of money outlining essentially a training mechanism that covers all of the differences between the way we're doing it now and the way it should be done, so that when that switch gets flipped, the people that actually doing the work, the end user, has a manual that they can go to and gets training on how to use the new system, so that they're not trying to do things the way they've always done them, this very inefficient way. Does that make sense to anyways? Is Glenn still on the call? Could he come?
is. Do you want him to respond, Commissioner Powell?
If he's prepared to, especially around the timeline thing. Thank you.
Okay, Glenn?
Thank you for giving me an opportunity to jump back on. This is a very aggressive project. Again, the biggest project the district can take on. In talking with the Council of Great City Schools and Montgomery County School District, which is larger than us, but even looking back to Syracuse City School District, projects like this usually do take about 2 years. There are many risks with this project. Commissioner Powell, you talked about professional development, change management, scope creep. So having an entire project laid out in a project plan that's really tight is essential to a proper implementation of something this size. Again, right now, we have just started completion of our project charter, and we'll be looking to start to engage systems integrators that will help us with this. That's what I'm comfortable about talking right now. If there's additional information or questions for the question log, I'd be happy to do some deeper research and provide more detailed information.
Thank you, Glenn. I appreciate your input. I do think that doing a careful crosswalk between what is done now and the way it should be done will pay off in spades, not only in the front end, not having to customize, but also in making our staff more efficient for the decades to come.
It is correct, yes. Thank you.
Commissioner Malloy, and then I'm going to call on you, Rebecca.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. I guess several thoughts here, but also just a question regarding transportation costs for the district as we're moving forward. How are we going to reduce our transportation costs long term? And as a commissioner, I really want to see us kind of moving in that direction towards reducing those types of costs, which make up a huge amount of our budget as is. And I realize that a lot of that is reimbursable by the state, but what are we doing to plan for that long term so we're not, in essence, increasing those transportation costs? And I know we can't really answer that necessarily right now, but I just want to elevate perhaps some of our voices and some of the solutions that have been thrown out there in terms of transportation in this regard. So although my question is, how do we reduce transportation costs? I would like to elevate the voice of one of our mid-level management one of our principals who is working on this issue. And I know that there are some task forces that have been set up across the district. But so we have a lot of people who are trying to work on this and pursue this issue. And just to elevate the voice of Katerina Leone from School 17, you know, she's currently pursuing a Harvard Public Leadership credential, and she recently wrote a paper on this very topic in her policy design course. And I really hope that the district will take a look at this because we often complain about things as commissioners, but then maybe don't have like a practical solution to solve an issue. And she really lays it out quite well in this paper. And I think that some of the solutions that we're looking for to save money in our budget can often come from our mid-level management. And I think we should be doing more to maybe elevate those voices, whether it's our RTA members or our ASAR members, because they can help us engage in that whole problem solving effort and offer some real world solutions. So kudos to her for this paper, but her paper talks a lot about how we can reduce transportation costs and get reimbursed potentially, and allow kids to maybe attend more neighborhood schools and actually be encouraged to attend neighborhood schools. You know, the children, and just to highlight a couple things from this, and then I'll put this on the question log because I know people can't necessarily answer it right now, but you know, she states that the children in Rochester City School District are not provided transportation to and from school if they reside within 1.5 miles of the school of enrollment, and that's a statewide law or mandate. But there are other districts in Monroe County, with the exception of the village of East Rochester, that have lower distance limits and are able to provide transportation to their students. And I'm hoping that maybe if we're moving towards more neighborhood schools, that we can look at providing more transportation for students who are living within that 1.5 mile radius. And in the paper, Principal Leone talks all about perhaps getting designated as within the child safety zone for, I believe it's Education Law 3635. You know, I would like to see us as a district seek classification under this Child Safety Zone Legislation Act.
Commissioner Malloy,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I just want to do a time check, and I know I have my parent
I'm almost done.
But also, I just want to uplift and highlight that these are also questions you can be asking during the budget deliberation.
Oh, of course,
But
and
it's
I
good
will.
to have it on the board question log for
Right.
the administration as they're building their budget to think about it. But as you
Get back
know,
to my
we
original
can't move
question.
into, as
Yeah,
you
we
know,
do move through this.
we
So to get
cannot
back to
move
my
into
original question then,
busing until
how are we long
we as the board change the policy. So before
Perfect. Can I finish my question? I'm getting to my
about
question.
neighborhood schools, we have to take that up.
All right, can I
We, the
finish
board,
my
have to
question?
take that up.
I do have the floor. Can I please finish my question? So,
Well, I'm asking you to wrap it up so I can move on to my parent, because this is not the
Well, I will
appropriate time
wrap
to have
it.
this
Let me answer my question.
conversation.
No, ask my
But
question.
you are more than welcome to ask those types of questions during the budget deliberation. And as the commissioner, uplift the fact that we have a policy that has failed students for years. So I just want to put that out there. There are some of us on this board that support neighborhood schools.
Perfect.
You know this. And unless you're willing to fight this board to make sure that that policy is lifted, then this is the conversation that we're going to continue to have repetitively. But I want to turn it over to Rebecca.
Okay, so I think she's frozen there.
Point of order.
Okay,
No
so
other board
I guess
member has been treated in this way. No other board member has been cut off in this way. I would like for the last speaker to have an opportunity to finish her questions uninterrupted.
Commissioner Powell, nobody's asking for your opinion. I'm chairing the meeting right now, and I'm asking that we keep
Exactly why I'd like
and
to
have a
have the
parent
president
waiting to ask a question that's relevant to the conversation right now.
Point of order.
You can have a point of order. I don't care. You can have a point of order. I am telling you that I asked her nicely to put it on the question log, and then we can keep things moving.
Commissioners,
I don't want to have this debate.
Commissioners.
I am chairing the meeting. I don't want to have this debate. I did ask her politely to put the question on the question log. She is
Commissioner
fully
Powell.
aware as a commissioner, and if she's not, She should take the time to get educated on how this process
Commissioner
works for her
Powell,
change.
Commissioner LeBron, will you let her finish her question, and then we'll move on to the parent rep? Just let her finish her question. She says she's going to finish
She
it up.
doesn't have a question. She's reading from a paper, but she is more than welcome to submit it and
Commissioner
email it to
LeBron,
the
Commissioner
administration.
LeBron, just let her finish her question, and then you
Okay,
continue to move
go
on.
ahead, Commissioner Malloy, your question. Go ahead, say your question for the
Thank you.
question log.
So the point is I wanted to highlight some of the work of our mid-level management and some of the practical solutions that they have come up to address some of the long-term issues facing our district. And so the question is that, how are we going to reduce our transportation costs, and how will that be reflected in this next year's budget? And I would encourage when we go through this process to look at some of the work that's being done by our mid-level management, by Principal Katerina Leone.
Kalia, do you have the question? Thank you. Rebecca?
Hi, thanks. I wanted to take the chance to circle back to Glenn. You had mentioned that there was an analysis done of a 3-year, 5-year, 10-year, but I didn't know what the results of that were.
Sure. It's something that I really couldn't go into detail now, but I could certainly put into, I assume you're part of the question log, so I could put that information into there. We did do a study with Oracle Business Value Services, compared it to the current on-prem solution that we have for PeopleSoft, and taking that on-prem solution and moving it to the cloud, and where the cost savings would be there. I'm sorry, you're moving around on my screen.
I'm sorry, my internet's weird.
For whatever reason, I'm trying to make eye contact with you.
I appreciate it. So do you know about when in the process it does start to pay for itself?
I don't have it memorized, and I wouldn't want to say in a public forum, but I do have an anticipated date of when it would start to pay itself off. And again, there would be efficiencies in the terms of resources that we would need. We wouldn't need things like on-prem servers and things like that because we'd be in the cloud. I would be hesitant to give you exact timelines right now, but I could provide additional information from in the question log if you'd like.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Adams and Vice President Elliott and Dr. Myers-Smalls, I see all your hands up.
So I just need about 10 seconds of silence, man. So our community don't think that we tone deaf. Sitting up here, something went on today that affected the kids, our whole school district and everything, and we acting like we tone deaf. So my question is, would Kaya put this day down on the books and make sure that every year that we start putting this in the curriculum, what happened here in this district today? Yeah. And so I would like to take about 10 minutes, 10 seconds of silence for the Prude family. Thank you. And I wish somebody got something smart to say about that. I wish, because I'm telling you, we can leave these jobs. I'm gonna take you with me over the cliff. I'm done.
Vice President Elliott.
Yeah, thank you for that, Commissioner Adams. We should have probably did that in the beginning, and we were remiss in doing it. So thank you very much. But let me just point out that we developed a policy, a bylaw around the amount of time that each commissioner has in terms to speak. And I think that it seems to me that there are times when we make exceptions, but it seems that this board can't honor those exceptions and respect the exceptions. So we may have to just adhere to what our bylaws say. So that's just really important, because it will stop and eliminate this kind of conversation if everybody is agreeing that we're going to adhere to the bylaws. And a lot of those questions, I think it's 5 minutes that each commissioner has to speak. And if it goes beyond 5 minutes, those questions should go in a question log. So I just wanted to make sure we've got to do that, because this is too dysfunctional, in my opinion. Thank you, Commissioner LeBron.
Thank you. Dr. Leslie Myers-Smalls.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Malloy's question around transportation. And actually the child safety zone, I had a meeting with Mayor Lovely Warren probably about 2 weeks ago. There is a study that's going on to see if the Rochester City School District, if we could apply through an equity issue. It is not applicable in Rochester because of the size of the city. So she is doing actually a study right now to look at this, to see what the possibilities are. We had an initial conversation, and this is something that, I said I definitely was interested in. I also worked with Jennifer Pyle in the Big Five. So that is a conversation that we're having. And certainly, I have not seen the study from Principal Katerina. So it would be helpful if I could see it. You're talking about something that I've not been able to see or take a look at. So I'm a little caught off guard that it went to a commissioner before it went to me.
Oh, I will make sure to send it your way. I thought that it was part of the task force that was looking at this in the district.
Okay, so I do have a couple of remarks to the actual finance meeting and the budget presentation. And I just want to uplift that our CFO mentioned utilization of grants as one of the strategies. And I just also want to caution both the board and the administration of past practices of moving long-term expenditures under grants. And then when that grant or those grants ended, that we then absorbed it back into our operations when we didn't have the funding in the beginning to support that long-term. So I just want to make sure that we don't continue that practice, and that as we're reviewing programs and grants through the new process, that we are consciously aware of those decisions. I do want to uplift, like I mentioned before, the mental health issue for our students. I do not think that just having more social workers in the schools is going to be the only answer. Certainly, I did advocate for the state to provide us with additional funding so that we could support additional social workers in the schools. But the mental health is really the biggest crisis I think we are going to face, and children will face for years to come. And I'm concerned about not only what we're doing internally, but our communities' support and response, and how we can connect those two back together. And so for me, I will be looking for an actual plan of bringing providers. And I've already shared this with Dr. Myers-Smalls. She knows where I'm at. But again, I do want to uplift that I'm gravely concerned about the mental health of our kids. Even coming back for 2 days, I know has had a positive impact in their mental health, but mental health is still an issue that will continue, especially because of COVID and the impact it's had on children. And then I know that it was mentioned that City Council did not vote for the budget last year. I didn't vote for the budget either, but I just want to remind the community that it was not Leslie's budget. She walked into it like 2 weeks before City Council was slated to vote on it, and had to quickly look through it and own some of it, but it was not a budget that she nor her administration compiled and put together. And so I just want to remind individuals of that, because that budget did not pass through City Council, and certainly not a budget I supported for many reasons. And so I'm looking forward to the budget season this year, which goes right into the next point of conversation, is that the March 2021 finance resolutions were sent out for review. Just as a reminder, we are a month ahead of schedule, because that is the new schedule that we will be reviewing resolutions that have financial implications. So I don't know if anybody has any questions on those right now. For the March 2021 resolution packet that was sent out. We reviewed February's last month. Commissioner Malloy.
Yeah, this was the resolution packet that was just sent out. A revised one was sent out today, correct? Is that what we're talking about?
So I don't know if there was a revised one sent out today. I printed my packet from Friday's email.
Yeah, I did. And there was a revised one that went out. I did as well.
For March?
Yeah, it said March. So I just wanted to make sure I'm in the right packet. There were some contracts for final payments. Does that sound about right? Like resolution, I think 698, 699, were those contained? I want to make sure I'm in the right place. I see Kalia nodding.
You are.
Am I? Okay, I'm just making sure that I did indeed have the right one. I do have a question just about a couple of the contracts in there. If I could ask those, I'll need Mike Schmidt, I believe.
Well, you would ask them to the superintendent and then.
Yeah, to the superintendent. Then, yeah, thank you.
You'll direct it to.
All right, so Dr. Meyer Small, I will direct them to you and then you can direct them to the appropriate person.
Sure.
So this is number 698 and 699. I was wondering just where it said TBD to be decided, when will we have that information? I guess I just am not as familiar with when the contracts are awarded, et cetera. So when will we have that information? And is it normal practice to approve a resolution without knowing the dollar amount, or by the time it gets to us in March, we'll have those dollar amounts?
Michael, if you would do us the pleasure of answering.
Actually, it's not normal procedure, which is why we're not asking for your approval this evening. We put out an RFP for these projects. We have a lowest responsible bidder, and now we're going to negotiate through some of those items that you're looking at, MWBE requirements and so forth. So by the time you see this resolution in March, all those items will be filled in as would be normal practice. It's one of the bit of the hiccups with the 6 weeks is that our CIP contracts don't quite fall directly in line. So if we can have, I guess, the board's courtesy about seeing them in this preview session and then having a subsequent review when those two areas are filled in, I think we'll stay on schedule for our summer projects and also give you the timeline to review it more thoroughly.
Thank you. And then that leads right into my next question, which I don't know, should I give this to Dr. Myers-Small first or just ask you directly?
Is it follow-up?
About the same topic.
It's the same topic?
Yes. Is that okay if I ask
Sure.
you? Okay, thank you. All right. So I was wondering if there's any way that we could perhaps in the future have, Mike, if you'd be willing to maybe lead the board through some type of professional development on just the contract bidding process from start to finish. I just know in looking at the resolutions, it just kind of piqued my interest on how long that process normally takes. So in terms of contracts, the bids, bond requests, maybe as well as the payment process for jobs and contracts kind of from start to finish, where these funds come from, and maybe we could create some type of glossary of terms that we could then eventually add to the school board's new commissioner handbook. So I don't know if that's something that you might be able to do in the future for us, but I wanted to throw that out there. Just as I looked through some of these, it would be very helpful for me, at least as a commissioner, and maybe for some other people to have access to those processes from start to finish.
Yes, the answer would be absolutely. We did it was a brief presentation in October that kind of took a broader look at the whole CIP process in full, but taking it down to a much more granular level to look at maybe one project and how the whole thing kind of fits in. We have a nice opportunity because our draft CIP for the summer of 22 will be in this year's budget document, and we're just finalizing that now. Commissioner Pollard asked about that, I think, at one of the previous board meetings earlier this month. So we have that ready, and that should be ready to go. Probably by early next week, we'll have it available for everybody to take a look at. So I think we can kind of tie all that in together, and sometime within the next few weeks, whenever the superintendent and everyone would like me to do that. But more than happy to take a few minutes to do that.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Okay, if there are no other questions, I'm going to move on to the next item on the agenda. And then I just want to uplift that Mike Schmidt and his team actually did have a training on the CIP that he did for Ricardo and I together previously. So if you also, Mike, if you don't mind reaching out to the newer commissioners to do that with your team again, I think that would satisfy people's knowledge base of how the entire process works and how your team also makes decisions and things like that.
That's a great idea. I think that allows for a little bit more Q&A when we're sitting at a table and going through the documents. So I would make that available to any of the commissioners.
And copies of the books that you provided us too, so that they have it for future reference as well.
I won't comment on how outstanding the two of you were as students that day. You both got A+ for your.
Oh, now you're just being too overly nice, but thank you. But I did appreciate that you and your team put together that packet and that presentation and spent time with Ricardo and I to learn more about the process overall. The 2021-2022 budget book and calendar discussion is up next. So Kalia, if you want to pull up what we sent out for the calendar updates, because we did add Dr. Jallo's date in there and squeezed in. And while you're pulling that up, I just want to mention that tomorrow's webinar is really about what people can expect in our budget book and where our overall expenditures and revenues come from and how we spend our dollars. And I want to highlight that because our budget book won't be out until March. And so we are still going to look at opportunities to engage the community and having some two-way conversations. And so that has not been finalized yet, but certainly I do feel that the community should have an opportunity to ask questions about the actual budget book and have time to review it as well. So more to come on that. But Kalia, this is, oh yeah. So yes, I sent a letter out or memo today, yesterday, requesting a couple of things based on the state monitor's findings, some conversations with our CFO, and also taking some time to review Syracuse's budget and how they do an output of a production for their budget book, which is about 40 pages. So I also am still not 100% sure why our budget book is as large as it is. When I looked at other districts across New York State and their budget book, but Kali, if you can scroll down, I thought you were going to pull up the key dates, but we can start here. So a couple of proposals. I'm sorry. Somebody say something.
I just coughed, Commissioner LeBron.
Oh, I'm sorry. So our BOE profiles, so really just putting our names with our term limits and profile language linked to the district website, the organizational chart linking back to the website, the CIP section, provision of a separate document provided alongside of this book. So in the past, it has been a separate book. And Mike Schmidt is correct that Commissioner Powell, as actually for a few budget cycles, have brought to the attention of the board and this community that the CIP usually does come in much later with not an ample opportunity for this board to really review and digest that the expenditures in that plan. So personnel staffing by building and department, switching that over so that this information is gone through and more in depth through the HR committee following the budget approval. So this would also be pending on Vice President Elliott, who I believe is still the chair for the HR committee. Vice President Elliott, I see your hand up now that I looked at you, if you want to chime in now. You're muted.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond to the budget book. And I think I did email the group today. I can remember back before 2006 that we did not have a budget book that was available for the public. I was told by that superintendent at the time that, you know, they were available at the public library. In fact, that's what I campaigned on. I tend to like this book in all honesty because it's quite comprehensive. And I can remember when I was in graduate school doing a paper on budgeting with the city of Rochester's budget. And so it provides a lot of information. One of the things that I wanted to make sure that was in the budget, that may be a little bit much, but I wanted to make sure the salary information was in the budget as well. I appreciate the recommendations, Commissioner LeBron, that you're making. But I just want to make sure that while, you know, the book may be a pretty sizable document, it really is, to me at least, quite informative. There may be some ways to make some of the financial pages, the budget pages, more simpler. I'm not sure of that. I'll leave that to the finance department and the superintendent. But I really do like our budget book. It gives us information about schools. Gives us information about salaries. It gives us information about our city. So I just think it's quite comprehensive, and it's a good book, in my opinion, for research. But again, I'm supportive of your recommendations, Commissioner LeBron.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell?
Yeah, a cautionary word. A lot of what the budget book looks like today is the product of demands of the city, including the way dollar values are broken out. There was often discussion about the fact that the city wanted to see information one way, but the state needed to see it a different way. Because the city eventually approves our budget, we've almost always conceded to the city's requests, demands, fill in your own verb, for when it came to formatting. So I'm open to any format, but I think our first obligation is to make sure that a city hall is okay with whatever that format is.
Okay, we like Dr. Myers mentioned, we did have a meeting with Malik Evans and President Scott. And I believe Vice President Willie Lightfoot was in that meeting too, but I can't recall. I know there was a third city council person. But we do have another meeting upcoming with them, and I can bring it up in there. I can also bring it up in the 333 meeting that President White, myself, and Commissioner Adams meet with 3 different city council members and county ledge. But I just want to clarify that, for me, making these changes is really about making this budget overall more readable and accessible to anybody in the community. And I get that our book is comprehensive. It is extremely comprehensive. And I know I painstakingly read that budget line by line, and it takes a lot of time. And I do it because I'm elected to do that. But I would love for parents to pick up the book and understand what we're spending, how we're spending it, why we're spending it. But with that same token of breath, and also uplifting what you just mentioned, Commissioner Powell, I am not advocating that this information is not also transparent and clear to where it can be found for anybody who wants access to additional information. I'm saying that, yes, we create a book that is printable and readable, but that also we utilize our technology, our websites to have these information as PDFs that individuals can click or link, or even make a request. People can email me and say, hey, I don't have a printer at home, can you print these 10 pages? I'll be more than happy, and I'll speak just for myself on this and not put this on staff. But the goal is to really make this budget book more readable and accessible to everyone in the community, not just those of us who are elected to do so and spend the time to read this. And Rebecca, I see your hand up, and then Commissioner or Vice President Elliott.
I hope it's okay that I make a little bit of a comment, just because this is something that I have tried to read as a parent who wanted to get more informed about what was going on. And and I can understand in a situation like Commissioner Elliott, where you have the experience, you have a bit of know-how about what you're trying to read. But I guess it depends on who the main audience is for it. if it is city council or if it is an everyday person. But I know from a parent perspective that it is really challenging to find exactly what you're looking for. And if it's more broken down in the way that it's suggested here, where it even shows what debt we have and how much we're paying on that debt, it can really just illustrate a lot of the issues I think the district has in a bit more of a streamlined way. Hope that was okay.
Vice President Elliott, and then Dr. Jallo, I see your hands up too.
Yeah, just a suggestion. I'm wondering, and I don't know if we can afford it, but I'm wondering if there can be a supplemental budget book that is far more user-friendly for our community. I don't know if that's possible, but maybe parents may not need all of the information that is contained within our budget book. Some of us do, but is it possible to do a kind of a simple, more easy, more user-friendly budget supplement, if that's possible? So I will just throw that out, and for that to be discussed. Beatrice at another time with the finance, with the finance department. Maybe that may be a solution to this. I'm not sure.
Okay, I'll definitely keep that in mind and make sure that we have that discussion, because I would love to make this accessible to everyone as much as possible. Dr. Jallo?
Actually, I was going to suggest make a similar suggestion that maybe it's an infographic or a pamphlet or something that people can truly read and understand how the district is spending public resources. The other thing I would say, and it may be too much of a leap for this year, but I hope not, you have to start getting used to providing this type of information in other languages so that other people can understand as well. We have to get into that habit. I see on other districts where everything is in dual language. Everything's written in dual languages, and I think that's a direction that this district has to go. And one of the places that it's most important is how you're spending resources throughout the district. So something I'd like you to consider. Right now, my main thing for putting it in the plan was that it's a difficult document to read. It's a difficult document to understand. It's a difficult document to access. And if it's that difficult, then it's not worth it, right? If people can't read it, can't access it, then it's not worth it. So just some considerations. Maybe it's something that takes some time to accomplish, but it certainly can't be what it was last year.
Thank you for that. And thank you for uplifting the multiple language barrier, because this is a conversation that the county actually and County Legislator Versha Roman just kind of fought for even language access, and at the county level that we're putting out information. And there's certainly a number of individual groups who represent multiple language learners who are saying the same thing to even non-for-profits, but we certainly should take heed that our information has to be accessible to the people that we serve, and we do serve individuals who have different and speak different languages as a first language. So certainly, I think this is something we should explore this year, especially if we're going to make these reductions and reduce the budget in terms of size. And so I just want to put it out there and lift it up and turn it over to Leslie, but I'll totally will support in however I can. But maybe figuring out a way to contract or look within our own communications department around translation services for this. And at the document this size is still going to be a large document, but the goal is that it's not nearly as large as it is. And then just uplifting again what Commissioner Powell said, that it's this large because over the years, the state wants certain information in the city. And I just want to be clear, we will still provide our government partners whatever information that they are asking for. And make it still accessible to the public so that they're aware of what we're sharing with the city and state through our website, but certainly modifying this budget book so that it is readable for the common average family. I mean, we serve families, they should be able to understand how their children's district is spending dollars. And when I looked at other school districts, I felt that I could understand how those districts are spending dollars and where those dollars are going and what they're supporting or not supporting. And as a commissioner, it is a lengthy process to read that budget book. And again, you almost have to read it line by line and highlight so that you can connect from one section to the other, that these two are connected some way, somehow. But Rebecca, you're right. You have to almost be an insider to know where to connect those dots. And I don't think it should be that way. So I just want to put it out there and put it out there as well that in the future, I will be advocating for an entirely different budget process, but we're not there because of COVID. It's on the back burner. But I just want to put that plug in right now because I think that there could be a better way to engage our families and our community around the entire budget process. But because of COVID, I will not push for it this year. So I just want to highlight the dates. We did add Dr. Jallo's date on here, and we now have City Council's date. So part of the meeting afterwards, we were emailed by City Council that they gave us their dates. And so we updated the calendar. So I just want to highlight that Tuesday, May 11th, we have to have our budget due to City Hall because their budget hearing for us will be on June 15th and or their budget approval will be on June 15th. And the dual City Council RCSD budget hearing is going to be Wednesday, June 9th. So I don't know if anybody has any questions on those, but we did update the calendar to include those new dates, and we just want to make sure that you all have them marked on your calendars. Are there any questions?
Commissioner LeBron, I just wanted to remind you that the financial report, we skipped that one on the agenda. I don't know if you want to have Carlene touch on it really briefly. We do need to forward it for acceptance in the business meeting.
Yeah, so Carlene, I did totally miss that one. And you know why? Because you bullet, well, I don't want to say because it's your fault, but it's a bullet that indents and I was reading all the bullets down. So I apologize, Carlene. We got to go back. And then that's going to conclude the meeting. So for my part, and it looks like we have a PD session tonight in collective bargaining as well.
Okay. Well, good evening, everyone, and thank you again for your time. I think probably the best way to go into this financial report this evening, and considering the hour, I would welcome any questions up front versus going through our normal format, if that's acceptable to you. The other thing that I really would like to do this evening is introduce you to our new Director of Budget. It's Terry Hassler. Terry comes to us from Ray Wager's CPA firm. He was an auditor there for 15 years, and then he moved into school business administration. And so I just wanted to welcome Terry. He has been with the district a total of 40 days, but those included after hours when he was working with us in the evenings and on the weekends. We were working to bring him up to speed. And so officially, full-time, he's been with us for 27 days. So I really just wanted to welcome him. He knew he was going to have to hit the ground running. He certainly has done that, and it's a real joy to have him as part of our team. Can
we see his face?
Terry, are you there to come on camera? He was there.
All right, when he comes back, I need to see his face.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
I'll let him know. The other thing I just wanted to let you know at a high level is that we actually had enacted, as I mentioned to you last month, as of 12/31, we had enacted the budget freeze, meaning that all requisitions that were being processed had to go through a greater level of scrutiny and receive chief approval and sign off before they were processed. As of this date now, February 15th, we have enacted the cease in spending for the year. And so now only those expenditures that are absolutely necessary will be processed. Absolutely necessary is from a standpoint of health, safety, and if there's something that is felt to be of an emergency type nature, then it will go through the spending process and procedures. This is actually, these two items were recommendations in the financial plan as well. So it's always good when you can report back and say the deliverables were met and we're working within those parameters at this point in time. I will quickly just go through here to highlight again, you know that I like to start with the cash flow section. If you could take us there, Kalia, the sheet with the year-over-year analysis. The one thing that's really important to remember with this particular cash flow, as it is with our revenues, as it is with our expenditures, that this is not a normal year. Again, we're looking at something that is not the usual, it's not the norm. So we just have to be cautious when we look at everything. In this particular cash flow, just in case you had a chance to take a look at it prior to the meeting, or and just need a little bit more information, especially for the newer members now, just try to highlight those items that are of especially relevant importance to you. I typically just take a look at the year over year. So if you take a look at the January column and compare that to where we were a year ago, and then try to break it down to understand exactly what the difference was between the 2 years. What you're going to see again is changes within one of the areas where we'll see a reduction is actually in the payroll line, which is the norm right now. And you will see that in January, we did receive our aid come in. And I want to take your attention to the very far right-hand column because on that top line, thank you, Kalia. What you're going to see here in the very far right column is again where we anticipate being at the June timeframe. So this is at a 0% deduction now in state aid. And included in your packet was also showing a 5% reduction in state aid, just because the year has not yet finished. We don't know what could happen between now and then. The governor's office is saying that, hopefully we will remain whole for the remainder of the year. But again, we will continue to watch those trends and see what's going on. So Callie, if you just scroll down to where we were a year ago, June, you'll see it's going to be a considerable difference. But again, I have to reiterate the fact that this is not a normal year. That's a false read. And so please just keep that in mind. Even though it looks very positive, we want to make sure that we understand that we are not recognizing expenditures at their full value. We do have a state aid payment scheduled to come in for $51.2 million. That will be coming in February. And as of this report date, all the money that had been withheld previously has now been received by the district. So that is all very good news. With that, I would open it up to any other questions you may have. I know the hour is late. And if there's any other questions you had within the financials, I am absolutely happy to answer those for you.
Rebecca has her hand up, Carlene. So I'm gonna call on Rebecca first.
Hi. So when you said that the state aid was replenished from what was short, does that include the summer as well? Or was it just that 1 month that it was short?
Everything that was held back up until that point has now been returned to the district. So we're thrilled about that. Again, the future, the remaining months for this year are yet to be seen, but we're hopeful that they will keep us whole. I do want to introduce Terry. He is on the screen now. So Commissioner, Vice President Elliott, I'd like to introduce you to Terry Hassler, our Director of Budget.
Oh, sorry. I was saying goodnight to my wife.
You're allowed.
Nice to meet you, Terry.
Nice to meet you too, Commissioner Elliott.
And welcome.
Thank you.
This is a tough crowd, so I hope you know what you got yourself into.
It's been a
Don't
real
scare
pleasure.
him away just yet, Vice President
welcome.
Elliott. Let him.
It's been a real pleasure in working with him, especially having his audit background. He and I think quite a bit alike when it comes down to audit procedures and recommendations. And the cleaner our house, the better we like it. So we're thrilled to have him here. So welcome, Terry, again. Okay. Any other questions?
Yeah, I see Commissioner Malloy has her hand up too, Carlene. Sorry.
Hi, Carlene. Just a quick question in terms of just from the presentation, in terms of grant writers in the district, considering that they add revenue, we've considered maybe investing in more of these because they essentially pay for themselves. Obviously, that can go on the question log for later if need be.
That's fine. Or I think Janelle is on this evening. Superintendent, Deputy Superintendent Janelle Morris.
Commissioner Malloy, I apologize. You were asking about grant writers and specifically what? I'm sorry.
Just if we're anticipating perhaps adding more grant writers to our staff, just because they tend to add revenue and they tend to pay for themselves, or if we've looked into that. I know there have been some constituents who have brought that issue to my attention.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I'll have Dr. Morris follow up.
Would you like me? We do not plan to hire any additional grant writers at this time. We did have a pretty sizable grant recently that we needed to write a grant for, and we were also able to draw upon the collaboration of other agencies and collaborative agencies that we work with and partner with to help us get that out in the amount of money and all of that we needed within the time we had. So we don't have any plans right now to hire any additional grant writers, but we will fully draw upon any partnerships that we have with our agencies in the community if we ever have this type of situation again. But as of this point right now, we're not hiring anyone else.
Thank you.
Great, and if there are no more questions, this concludes the finance meeting. And I just want to end with actually thanking Dr. Kathy Black for coming with me to do some school visits last week when we first opened. Oh, there she is. But also for taking some time this week to meet with me in person very early in the morning, and neither one of us realized it was going to be snowing and dark on Monday, but we made it into Central and spending a really significant amount of time with me. So I really just want to thank you, Kathy, for that time and allowing me to get to know you. And I look forward to working with you. And, you know, like I mentioned, I know some of my colleagues are also working with you on the task force. And so I do look forward to seeing how we can move forward. And just thank you for your time. And I just wanted to uplift that because we're going to do some more school visits. She just don't know yet, but but it was a great experience. So thank you for that. And with that, I'm done, Van. I'm turning it over to President White.
Thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Unfortunately, we're going to have to veer away from our agenda a bit. I need a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of discussing the terms or conditions of a particular employee. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Motion. Oh,
And
second.
moved by Commissioner Malloy, seconded by Commissioner LeBron. All those in favor of going to executive session for that purpose indicate by saying aye. Aye. I apologize to the member.
Van, I'm
Yes,
sorry.
yes.
There was
Yes.
no motion to advance the financial reports to.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner LeBron. Commissioner Powell. Before we
I'll
consider,
motion. I'll motion.
hold on.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the financial reports as described, moved by Commissioner LeBron, seconded by Vice President Elliott. All those in favor of approving those reports indicate by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? All right, so that motion has been approved. Now, back to the motion of going into executive session. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of going into executive session for the purpose of discussing the terms and conditions of a particular employee indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Seems like the ayes have it, Madam Clerk. To the members of the public, I apologize. We had an agenda which called for a number of people referenced it, professional development. That is going to be put on back burner just for a minute, perhaps even longer. We have to consider a matter in confidence and in private in executive session. If you're interested, stick around. We may have something further public business to conduct. We may not. Tom, tell me when we're in executive session. Otherwise, good night, everybody. On behalf of the Board of Education, have a good night. Evening, everybody. First of all, I want to thank our communications team. They do a great job getting us out there to the community, and the board really appreciates that effort. We have one more bit of business. We did plan to have professional development, but the evening is pretty long, and we had to take care of some important business in executive session. So all we're going to do now is just do our survey that we do at the end of every board meeting to evaluate how we perform. Some folks may have noticed that we had a little bit of a problem during the meeting, but that's okay. This survey allows us to sort of check our own behavior and understand what we're doing, and that's why we do it. So we'll do that, and then I'll call for a motion to adjourn. As people are finishing up the survey, I want to say thanks Steve Carling and of course our clerk Talia Wade for doing some logistics offline. As you all know, a lot of stuff happens on our phones. We try to communicate, and that's why we're able to move the meeting along. Talia, is everybody submitted?
Well, we don't have Commissioner Adams, so yes.
Okay. All right. All I need, folks, is a motion to adjourn.
Motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Moore. Thank you, Commissioner Clark. All those in favor of adjourning indicate by saying aye.
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 Good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody. Stay safe.